on? COVID, good, bad, ugly? What are we doing with that? We'll be watching that all, and as well, we are going to do a breakdown of all of your guys' tickers, and we're going to try to put in a little bit of time into the ETFs we built yesterday. So excited for today, excited to get going here. As always, guys, I have hit start streaming, and my coffee is empty, so I'm gonna go get me some Java. When I come back, we'll do the marbles. Good morning, Hair. How you doing? WPRT, what do you think? Let me know in the chat. I'm pumped about it. The numbers look great to me. Kind of baffled. I mean, I don't know what retailers are expecting at this point, but it looks good to me. Excited to listen to the earnings call later today. I think you said 10:30 was when they were going live, so we'll be listening to that too. So I'll be right back, guys. 2 seconds. Hot love. All right. How's everybody doing? Let's see. This is supposed to be this. Okay, so um I honestly even with a 50 million share offering on WPRT, when they get the China news, it's $6 to $8. It's okay for them to do a mild dilution event. I'm okay with that, given that China is right around the corner. I imagine we're going to hear that on the call today. Um, that they're doing the offering is kind of it does suck. Don't get me wrong. It always sucks when there's a dilution event on your stock for sure. But where is WPRT pre-market here? Good morning, good morning, good morning. WPRT is $1.88. Watching WPRT, we are watching waiter space. Space is going to continue to go up, I think, on the day. Where are they pre-market here? Space. Yeah, space is headed back to that 21 level here. I'm gonna get Beyond Meat off of this. Spy is down pre-market. That's very, very interesting. Bio's doing well, but I'm gonna pull that. Waiter. The waiter fell to about. Can I find out when IVR earnings are? Yeah, I can take a look. They posted their earnings yesterday. Fury. They posted their earnings yesterday after hours. They beat on EPS and they missed on revenue. Yeah, I mean, Waiter's coming up again nicely. Waiter fell to 240 yesterday before the earnings call, and as of right now, we're back up to 280, 290. In my opinion, guys, everything I saw on Waiter actually looked really, really, really solid. Um, Amazon drop is due to the EU thing. There's a EU antitrust against Amazon. That's why Amazon's down. China, I don't know. Yeah, there's stuff all over the place here, guys. When the market opens, we're gonna know what's actually up. Um, I mean, some of the news that I'm getting that's making me a little, it's going to suck a little bit is Twitter has been such a great place to go get information in regards to what the president is thinking and doing, and that often shifted the market one way or the other. Biden has said he's going to be Twitter silent on what he's doing as a president, so I'm a little bit sad. Yeah, so the CEO clearly doesn't understand how to do an earnings call. I was pretty thoroughly disappointed in not the results, but in how they were presented for sure. Um, that yeah, the CEO did a piss poor job yesterday. Even though, and thank goodness for the guys that were actually on there, the analysts that were on there, because the analysts that were on there, guys, did a fantastic job of leading him to the right answers and what he was supposed to be talking about. So, um, I think ET is still fine because their case is already in front of the Supreme Court. Um, Blink, I don't really have an opinion. In Novio, if you're planning on a long-term hold, I'm okay with a Novio, but not on a COVID play. Um, those are kind of my thoughts on those, real quick. I do think there's a good chance of a buyout. They're very clearly open to it. I don't know if that means that they're actively seeking it, but um, the language that they had around of it, where he named DoorDash specifically, um, there's lots of stuff. Yeah, I think the market's just confused right now. It doesn't know what to do. It just doesn't know what to do. Some people are moving on from the election, some are not. Thank you for the 1 bit, by the way. Endo the endothermic camel and Dother camel. Gear Darren, thanks for following, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, so with the election, with people going back and forth, China is saying we're not calling the election. We'll let them know after all the legal stuff is done. UK and Canada have called, obviously, and told Biden, "We love you. Do whatever you can to help us out." Beyonce news for Piton is definitely going to be big. I think everybody should be here. So let's load up the Marbies here. As always, guys, winner will be picking the stock that we watch as we head into the market today. For those of you guys watching on YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitter, you will not be able to play. It is for, hold on, guys. Let me get it up. It's not up yet. You guys will not be able to play. It is a Twitch exclusive. Come on, Marbies, load. So funny. This, like, the computer that I've got can run most of these new games on ultra level, but Marbles takes a half hour to load. Like, come on, come on, out of here with that. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get in, get in, get in. It's not the drivers. I tested my drivers yesterday to see how they're going to fare on the new Assassin's Creed game, and they are all up to date. All right, if you're not in, you're not in. Here we go. 10 seconds. Oh, interesting. There's like lasers and stuff. Oh, Hair's out of the tube first. Hair has a huge head start. I'm coming. I'm coming, though. I'm coming. Down the pipe. Lots of cool lasers. Other folks are making their way. Subs in first. I'm in second. All you non-subs, dead last. Oh, burning fire coming for it. Giant gopher ball of doom. Bye. I don't know what's going on here. We've completely stalled here. We are completely stalled. We need more bodies. We need more people. Oh, I'm free. I'm free. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. Come on, guys. It's Tuesday. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. Wait, where'd I go? Where am I? Oh, that is the end. I won. Yeah, you know I did. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this. You guys are still here. You guys are still at the start. Yeah. Yeah, you know I'm gonna gloat. Rigged. For sure. For sure rigged. Rigged with Millennial in first. What? All right. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it was a fantastic race. Thank you so much for being a part of it today. My selection on the day will be, I'm gonna go with Waiter. We're gonna watch Waiter coming in. I think it's gonna come in pretty hot here. Rigged from the start. Oh yeah. You know it. You know I had the boost just for me. Thoughts on Etsy T-Doc dip? Etsy should be good through Christmas. T-Doc should be good into Q2, in my opinion. And saying, in my opinion, let's throw that disclaimer in here. So, guys, nobody in this chat, not me, not anybody else, not anybody here on Discord, are certified professionals. So you don't listen to us. You make your own plays. This is for education only. You guys do what you do. You make your own trades. You're responsible for your own trades. Be your own self. Be an adult. Take accountability. Everything else, voila. Um, Yeah, Bitless, it was very interesting. Both Yahoo Finance and Zax said that they beat, and Seeking Alpha said that they missed. And so I've messaged the writer of Seeking Alpha to say, hey, by the way, it's great that you're asking people to pay for your product, but if you're not accurate, nobody wants to use your product. So you might want to reconsider that. So we'll see if they can change the article. But the reality is, for me, everything I saw on the way to earnings yesterday was spot on, exactly where I wanted it to be. So they don't have huge volume pre-market here, but it is back up. It did drop to 230 yesterday after hours. So yeah, Seeking Alpha is getting worse and worse and worse, guys. A lot of biased reporting paired with a lot of it just not working. I think the stay at home stocks are just fine because honestly, guys, the rollouts on these things are not until April. We got to go through winter. We still have to go through winter and second wave of COVID before these things start to roll out. And even when they roll out, they aren't going to be the solution. This isn't. It's not like they drop a vaccine bomb on the country and everything's gone. Is there a good alternative? Yeah, Yahoo Finance is fantastic. Um, oh no, which state is that, Zsalt? Never like to hear that. Never like to hear that. In Chicago. Yeah. Yeah. Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Tampa, LA. Like all of these guys are going to continue to suffer through this. Oh, yeah. That's super useful. This is a great list, guys. This is something that the whole team put together on. I should create a command for this. Um, but this is something that the whole team put together, guys. For news sources and quality as far as everyone on Discord is concerned. Let me just, I'm going to create a command for this here. Exactly here. So anything that is an S is completely verifiable for the most part. That's .gov.edu. Anything that's an A is a verified journalism source. Anything that's B, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Reddit guys with Wall Street bets. That is completely opinion based. It is absolutely not somewhere that you go for news. This was a news breakdown. Okay, so as far as facts, Wall Street bets is not facts. It's pure conjecture. The only time you use a D or an F ranking on that list is in the event that you think um, you want to see what the bias is. So if you're trading retail traders, if you're trading off of retail traders, absolutely, Wall Street Bets is going to have some value for you. In the same way that going to check out David Day Trader is going to have some value for you, right? But the reality is, for the most part, Reddit's not going to be a place of. You sold your waiter at 333. Great, man. Great profits. I'm still locked in. I'm not going anywhere. I think it's got a lot of room to run. Roscoe, I am still bullish on waiter. It was recorded. It will probably get uploaded. But yeah, I am still bullish on waiter. Um, revenue positive. They're paying off their debts. There's no at the money offering. They're open to acquisition. Everything that I heard in my books has me positive on it. Big fan. WPRT as well, guys. It's just really interesting right now where ACRX, their earnings call, in my opinion, was fantastic, but they've dropped on it. WPRT, their earnings call was fantastic. They're down. Waiter, their earnings call was fantastic. They're down. So for me, I mean, it's this really weird season where good results aren't producing. It's headlines that are producing. So there is one thing that I've seen pay out consistently, guys, in my own portfolio, and that's when businesses are run properly over time, they will win for you. Um, that's it. Over time, companies that are doing well will win for you. Um, Now, I'm thankful that with things like space, with things like um, uh, waiter, sometimes the headline is enough to get you there, but sometimes it takes a little bit more. I think with ACRX, you're actually going to see a big run on it when the military contracts come out. For any of you that have been watching the feeds on military contracts, they are starting to roll out, and we're starting to see more and more and more of them. So I would expect in the next little bit to actually see the news on what the order size for ACRX is going to be. And when that drops, I expect the stock to run into profitability. It's just as simple as that. The more that we talk about there being opioid shortages in the States, right? This is a big deal. This is a big problem, especially with 1,000 new cases of coronavirus every day. Um, oh man, is that today? Okay, so Credit Suisse has a conference for ACRX today. Credit Suisse are the only bears on this thing, so we'll see what happens there. Okay, so this was back in August, guys, that there was a huge drug shortage as far as opioids go. Here, and we'll go here. This one. This is back in
So
August,
August.
right? Like, oh, I'm just taking a look at the opioid shortage right now with ACRX. But back in August, they had this massive shortage,
Back in
right? Just massive. What's up with ETM? ETM had that deal come out yesterday. So that will be interesting for ETM. They did have a deal with a sports tech analysis company. So here's Waiter at the gate, guys. 283, which is directly below. Yeah. Okay. I'm profitable. Like, I am profitable. Still profitable on Waiter, even though it's down from where it was. So I'm fine with that. Space is up. But yeah, WPRT, I'm big on. Excited to see what they do. This should be over. Well, this is showing me 1 day. I want two. Okay, so here's the drop on their earnings, even though the numbers were fantastic. Um, we'll see what this does throughout the day here. It's not like anybody's profit taking on Waiter with this drop, right? Nobody's profit taking here. If people are going to be playing Waiter right now, they're going to be playing it to buy it. I don't think anybody's exiting on what I heard yesterday from the news. It makes no sense for people to be bailing out of Waiter. Um, 6 hurricanes and restaurants being shut down left, right, and center, and they were still able to pull in a profitable quarter. In a season where traditionally food delivery is lower as well. So you have to take that into account. Traditionally, through the summer, food delivery numbers are down and their numbers are up. So as we head into cooler weather, we head into the fall and winter seasons. I expect food delivery to go up. Second wave COVID, food delivery to go up. So long as there's not a complete lockdown, pair that with stimulus, I think that we're looking really solid. So I mean that we're floating around this 283, 284
Oh yeah,
line.
did you see that thing I posted yesterday?
On what?
Apple
No.
chart is so stupid. Look at this thing. Here, let me see if I saved it.
I don't know companies that sell hydrogen cooling, but for me, that's not a play. I'd rather just play AstraZeneca. Um, Instead of me chasing, supplementary plays to the vaccine, I'd rather trade directly on vaccine. Um,
Look at that. Look at that chart, Melanie. I'm like, what the hell?
yeah, Apple goes up, huh?
Only goes up apparently. The funny thing is that I mentioned the time frames of like when you would see like a likely swing play for this thing. It's from June to September, and Rita's like, yeah, of course that makes sense because that's usually when they have their new release schedule out, and it's like the buy the rumor sell the news situation.
Yeah, Apple's not one of my things. Like I don't do Apple.
Not even as a seasonal swing.
No, no, I don't do Apple. I did LPL and I made money on it, but I don't know that I want to go back for more.
Hmm.
I I do really well when I trade what I know, and I don't know Apple. I don't understand it. I don't understand why people would pay more for tech that is doing less. You know what I mean? Um, I think my waiter call for November is probably going to be worthless. I don't know that they're gonna. I mean, we'll see what it does today, but it looks like it's mostly sideways here. LPL is fire. You're still on it. Yeah, I mean it's up. 550 was where I entered. I got out here at this $6 line, but it's up to 7, so you're doing great. You're doing great if you're still in it. All right, AstraZeneca is up 420. MBRX is up. Grubhub is up. Interesting that Grubhub is up. I think this is a great dip on buy. I have no idea why Mattel is down. That is absolutely bonkers to me. That Mattel went down at all is phenomenal. It's definitely a buy the dip. Um,
Jesus Christ, why are people praising this? In Finland, we have this thing called valit. We drop the paper in a box without registering, and we go have a coffee, go to the sauna, get a beer, put the TV on at 8:30, and know the results by 10 o'clock. We just say just Nina. Some guys just say Jutski or Skal. You should try it. Like really?
yeah, that won't be voter fraud at all.
Who cares about Finland? Like honestly.
How many people in Finland?
So just go there and write up like 10,000 ballots or something like that for someone else. Drop it in without registering because what are they going to do? Finish and just sway the election any way I want. Interesting. So I can have an anarchist party there too, right? And just say everybody in Finland needs to pay me a 90% tax, and
Yeah.
that's good. Okay.
Okay, so what are we looking at? AstraZeneca's up, Grubhub's up, Honda Motor Company is up. I don't know why that's still on there. Space, Mattel, GDRX, AMC, AMC Store. Need that to go. Beyond, honestly, guys, it's down 33%, but in my opinion, when you pair with McDonald's, swine flu, and a global shortage of Meat. I'm thinking Beyond has a nice little place to be in the world. Nice little place to be in the world. Okay, so with waiter guys, 285. I am back to even on waiter, up a little bit, up like $20, which is fine. That's great. I'm okay with that. In the long run, I think that this pays out quite nicely. Um, Now the day is still young on this. Who knows what waiter's actually going to do throughout the day. It may just slowly buy back up to where it was at that 320 level, but we'll see. Yeah, ACB was way overextended. It definitely need to come back to earth. Spy here over. This is saying 5 days. That's clearly not 5 days. There's
But
two.
will the survive though? That's the question because like I keep looking at AC. It's up. It's actually uptick now, but it tapped the 200s, which is kind of sorry the 200s and the 250. But we are as soon as we went in there, we just went below. So I don't know if we can sustain this or not.
Yeah, Fury, I can take a look at IBR. It's up a little bit. Its earnings were okay. It beat on EPS, it missed on revenue, so it's kind of sideways. But again, like with IVR, and I've said this before, this is a mortgage ETF. Um, I, I really, this is not something that I am bullish on right now. Um, I know IVR is one of those plays that you definitely. I know you're locked into it. I know it's something that you're very bullish on. For me, I'm not there. I haven't seen it.
Is is wheat gonna keep going up? Like what the hell? Or is
Wheat
ACB
or weed?
ACB? Yeah, because
Uh
I
Fury,
thought this thing was moving a whole prayers.
Fury. I just looked at IVR. I just looked at it. I just did a breakdown on IVR. They they beat on their. I don't know if you're intending to say the same message over and over and over again. Um, why am I talking about waiter? Because I have a $10,000 holding. Fury man, chill. We looked at IVR. Missed on EPS. Beat on or missed on revenue. Beat on EPS. All right. I don't know what the deal is there, man. But Palantir's dipping. Down 7%. She's by the dip. She's by the dip. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go.
Holy crap! Did you see Home Depot? Did they drop earnings yesterday?
Everything dropping right now. Spy is definitely down. Not everything's dropping, but a lot is. AstraZeneca is doing all right. I mean, waiter's coming up nicely. Look at that. I'm okay with that. Do, 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 do. Hyper growth stocks for 40 years that they just don't. You play around with dividends at all? Not right now. This is a growth portfolio. So for right now, it's just about building and growing the portfolio quickly. Dividends are not really about that life.
Millennia, what do you think of Home Depot?
I think Home Depot's strong. If people are really going to be moving out from urban centers, you can expect to see a lot of renovations now. I don't know that they're strong right now. If you see it by the dip, I would take a look at it. But seasonally,
Yeah, I think
I would enter Q1 ish.
the seasonality dictates that now is the around now is the entry, and then into March. So
Yeah, that's what I
for
was
the
going to
off,
say. Q1 makes a lot of sense to me. For you to enter late January, early February is good. Um, I don't think Neo will dump. No, I think EV is going to be a hot topic, and with Biden willing to treat China as a friend, it's going to keep going. Waiter is a very interesting restaurant play. Yeah, food delivery restaurants. They do grocery and alcohol delivery as well. So I'm a big fan of them. They are slowly just ticking back up. Like this is exactly what you want to see. Um, this is people like it's not huge volume. It's just people buying this up. This went down to 240. Weeder went down to 240. It's back up to $3. I don't think anybody's got their heads so far up their butt that they looked at those numbers and went, "Oh, this is terrible. This is fantastic what they did." And so if it runs now, if it doesn't run now, whatever. But I would love to see this come back up to that 320 kind of line. And just this slow walk up is fine. Hopefully we don't see the retail traders pile in on it, and you guys were able to get in on it by the dip. I One of the things that you'll notice with me, guys, is I tend to be fairly calm about my plays. Um, I just tend to be fairly calm about it. People are like, "Oh, look at it, it's dying. Aren't you worried?" No, I'm not. I've done, and I mean that's part of the. For me, that's because I've done the FA on it, right? Like I did the due diligence on it. I know what the play is. I know that they're profitable. They're paying off their debt. There's no at the money. They're growing. They're expanding. I can't see the order flow on Waiter. No, I don't have secondaries. Mattel's up a little bit, but Mattel again, guys. Mattel is definitely a buy the dip. Yeah. So I mean, they went. Let me show you here. So Seeking Alpha, guys. All people do is read the headlines. They don't actually go in and look at it. So if you go to Yahoo Finance instead of Seeking Alpha, right? Waiter holdings surpass estimates. Oh, look at that. Right? Oh, but didn't didn't Seeking Alpha say they missed? Oh, wait a minute. Yahoo Finance and Zach says they beat? I'm confused. Who is right? Well, how about instead of us just taking these arbitrary EPS numbers, actually looking at what they did, which is what we did yesterday on the earnings call. You guys can check that out over on YouTube. The bot is there for you guys. It's labeled as Waiter Earnings. Um, but this thing is up 870% over a year. They are consistently building profitability. They are only expanding when they see that opportunity to be there. And the number, and this was probably the most optimistic thing that I heard yesterday was they are not moving into new opportunities just for the sake of order count. They are only moving into new opportunities when they see positive revenue. So any of the other guys, pick any other of the food delivery guys, DoorDash, Postmates, Just Eat Takeaway, Grubhub, Uber Eats, all of them. All of them are operating on order numbers. Look at our order numbers. Our order numbers are way up. Yeah, your order numbers are way up, but you're still burning $130 million a quarter on your Uber Eats. Delivery, adjusted EBITDA, loss of $183 million. I mean, that's better than last year, but that just means last year they were down 300 million. They're still down 183 million on their food delivery business, right? That's exactly it. I will take the stock that prioritizes quality over quantity any day of the week, because Uber, it's just we want to own everybody in a big way. We don't actually want to build revenues because people are just going to keep coming in and buying us. And we've got Saudi Arabia backing us. We're going to have the U.S. government backing us. We're going to have rideshare programs backing us. We're going to have EV credits backing us. We're going to have, and their hope is that people are just going to keep funneling money into it. Uber is the unicorn IPO at its absolute worst. A company that continues to bleed quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter, and yet people continue to pour money into it on that same model of, oh, just give it a little bit more money and it'll go. Give it, it's too much for me. But with Waiter, that's not what they're doing. A year ago, after they acquired Bite Squad, they realized that rapid expansion isn't the way to go. Expansion with revenue is the way to go. So for me, in my books, guys, anybody that would like to offer me insight into the Waiter play, and I have heard some people offering some criticism as to how I look at Waiter. I appreciate the criticism, but I was actually on the earning calls. I actually read the earnings as opposed to reading the headline on Seeking Alpha. So
You see that they pushed back the Nikola
yeah,
lockup date.
I did see that till April, right?
They're I think they're doing another capital raise and really trying to make it work, right?
Well, they had to. They had to push it back.
I'm
If you have all
thinking
the rats leaving the ship, they're screwed.
what I'm thinking is I think taking calls just before that would actually be the original lockout date. I think taking calls before that actually might be incredibly feasible. Heavily leaning on the short side, thinking that, oh well, there's so much news coverage around it. I'm sure they'll update me once they change something. But for as far as I'm concerned, I don't need to look at this anymore. This is a definite short. But you could say it's a definite short all you want, but if you're not keeping up with it, like actually reading through, seeing the filings, like just look at the lockup date alone. They had the wrong date on December 3rd the entire time. Like we even had the wrong date for the longest time until Rita dove in the filings and they just actually had to physically calculate it out. She's like, no, it's actually on November 30th,
Yeah.
not on December 3rd or whatever. So what I'm thinking is that, my theory right now is that like these people haven't been updated yet, and if they can keep a media blackout for it for the next 20 or so days, 20 plus days, which isn't hard because there's other things in relevance, they could probably like Nicola could likely see a nice little squeeze of the short sellers. It's free money screwing over these people.
Bloody Twitch.
I mean, what am I wrong in my logic or like?
No, no. Again, I think when the more that the ship sinks, the rats they run, right? I think
Mhm.
that's it. And by you pushing back that date, it's saying, no, look, guys, we're treading water. Okay. If anything, them moving the date should be a big red warning label for just about everybody, because that big red warning label should tell you they are pushing back that date because they know that that's when people realize that this ship is sunk. It has a giant hole in the bottom of it. Bailing out water with a bucket isn't going to do it. And GM, it's great that GM is still there and in discussion, but GM is just doing that to string along GM investors. It has absolutely nothing to do with. Um, yeah, it looks like the market is just red, guys. Um,
Good morning.
Morning. She's a shit show today,
Very good.
ladies and gentlemen.
So do we know why there was a sell-off yesterday?
No. All I could see, the only thing that I really saw was people might have been feeling that there was an overreach um, on the vaccine news, and then in the afternoon, surprise, surprise, um, all of a sudden people started saying, 90% isn't that great, uh, which is kind of what my insight was first thing in the morning. And then also they were saying, by the way, these things have to be cooled at ridiculous temperatures, both Pfizer and mRNA. AstraZeneca doesn't need to be, and Novavax's doesn't need to be, but the other two definitely need this high level of cooling in transportation and at sites, which makes, I mean, in the first world countries, that's fantastic. Like, great. In the US and Canada, these are going to be viable solutions, but globally, they're not going to be. Um, India, I think, is one of the big markets where people are eyeing this thing up, where there are billions of people in India. But if your vaccine requires, it's even past refrigeration, it's freezing in order to be delivered and held in storage, that shit's not going to work in India.
So I would agree with that, except for the fact that tech is down 5% in the span of 24 hours, and supposedly it's like a work from home sell-off or something. So I people are still like on board with this vaccine thing, go go go, because no more work from home. But I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I think if anything, tech's will buy the dip right now, because people are gonna wake up and realize that that just ain't so.
I really hope they do.
I it Work from home is not going anywhere. Not going anywhere, and at least not until Q3 of next year.
Yeah, but my options are going somewhere.
Oh yeah, I feel, man. I feel. And I mean, I don't feel nearly as deep as you do, but I feel like, well, these options are no good. They're gone. Okay, cool. But for me, that's not thousands and thousands of dollars. So I appreciate where you're at.
Thank you.
Well,
So yesterday,
did I get what?
you watch Waiter?
Yeah.
How was that?
Uh, their earnings was great. Unfortunately, it looks like Seeking Alpha dropped a headline saying that they missed. Yahoo Finance and Zacks dropped a report saying that they beat. Nobody was really sure what the shit was going on. And so I actually just listened to the earnings call, and they're like, oh, yeah, so uh, we were profitable. Even though there were six hurricanes through our major markets, we were still profitable. We're expanding. We're only expanding where there's revenue instead of higher order count. We're focusing on actual revenue production. We're coming out with a new app that has COVID criteria on it. So for any of the restaurants that are doing dine in, they'll be able to use our app for dine in as well, where people can put in all their information, their emails, phone numbers, all that stuff to be contacted in the event of COVID happening at a restaurant or whatever. But the restaurants retain that customer log and information, and then they're using that as a foothold to enter into new communities. But they're only doing so if they see profitable ordering. They're not moving into a community unless they can actually make money on it. And then they were talking about buyouts and acquisition, and they're like, yeah, we're absolutely open to it. We're absolutely open to buyouts and acquisition. And the other thing was, is there going to be an at the money offering? They're like, why would we do an at the money offering? We've got 80 million in cash just sitting here. It makes absolutely no sense to do any kind of at the money offering. That would be ludicrous right now. So in my book, that's like, okay, great. So you got a company when I'm pulling up Uber Eats versus Waiter. Uber Eats burned on their adjusted EBITDA 183 million last quarter. Cool. Waiter was up 13 million compared to a loss of 15 million last year. Okay. 15 million in the green. I'm there. I'm looking at a portfolio consisting of PLTR and Waiter. No, I don't play PLTR. I should, but I'm not playing it yet.
I'm gonna ask because like I read the earnings report. Like I didn't listen to the call or anything yesterday, and it looked really good. And then the stock went down, so
Yeah,
that's why I asked.
yeah. So on close, it fell to 240. And that was before the earnings had even dropped. So as soon as it closed, it dropped to 240. The earnings dropped at 430, and it kind of slowly bought up. And it bought after the earnings call, it bought back up to around 270, and then this morning it came right back up. And I think 290 is kind of the peak where it touched today. But looking at it, it's like, okay, well, my entry on this is 284. So like I'm sitting exactly where I was when I entered this thing. I'm not going fucking anywhere. This thing is profitable, growing. I'm there. If Uber's shown anything with Postmates, is they're willing to just buy up anybody that's profitable because they can't be. WPRT is a thing today. They've got their earnings call at 10:30, so I'll probably tune in on that. And then ACRX does have their Credit Suisse thing later today, so we'll see what that does for the stock. To date, Credit Suisse are the giant sweaty assholes that sit on top of ACRX, keeping it down. These guys kill me, absolutely kill me. Their last earning estimate was that they expected ACRX to do $11.5 million in sales for a quarter, even though the previous year they'd only done $475,000 in sales. It's like, okay, great analysis, guys. Let me just check here. What does your analyst have on ACRX? Oh, he says it's a hold rating at 84 cents on the stock. Interesting. So you guys expect them to do $11 million in a quarter when they did 475,000 the year before, and you're bearish on the stock. Okay. I'd love to see if Credit Suisse actually has holdings in ACRX, or if that's
Oh,
their buy,
shit.
if they're on it for the buy.
I saw his name earlier. Hey, what's up, Rebels? Your thing froze, and I was like, I was looking over the chat as soon as I refreshed. And I was like, oh shit, it's Rebels. I've seen that guy before.
Who's Rebel?
Where Rebels are? He's
Oh, where Rebels
another
are, yeah.
stocks. Yeah, he's a stock streamer and stocks and bonds.
Yeah, I mean it's just it's a little nutty for me, guys. So when you look at Waiter, let's go to the big sheet. Let's go to the big sheet. For those of you that don't know, we're gonna take a look at Waiter on the year and see how this piece of shit stock is performing. Shall we? Okay, so last November this stock was 25 cents. Right now, it is 282. Like we're floating this $3 line. I mean, come on. With ACRX, my gripe is these guys here, their estimate on their last earnings was so their consensus estimate was, well, they don't update this for crap. Here. Okay, so their estimate on earnings on their revenue uh, was 3 million, even though they had only done 475,000 in sales last year on the quarter. They're up 130% year over year on their sales, and that was a miss. This number, this consensus estimate that they had, was driven up. It has 4 analysts on it. Credit Suisse was the one that dropped an 11.3 million expectation. The other three were around the $2 to $3 million range. So they still would have missed, but missing by $1.4 million ain't no way. But these are all the good things that are coming with that. I'm so pumped for it. Zimmer Biomet selling it. Lahola Pharmaceuticals is selling it now. They're selling it. Opioid shortages at all-time highs. All the branches of the U.S. military are able to buy it. We get those orders at the end of November, early December. I second wave is just going to drive this thing like crazy. So for me, like, I appreciate Evan Seigerman and Credit Suisse's intake on ACRX, but I emphatically think they're wrong. The only thing keeping it down is them, ironically. We think that this is going to go down. Why do you think that? Because we say it's going to go down. Okay. How's Entercom doing today, Redemption?
I see Goldman lining up, and I don't know what they're doing. The Goldman seems very interested in like keeping something, keep either accumulating or distributing right now.
Yeah, up 3.5. And look, there's Beyond Meat starting to recover because it was oversold. No shit. Beyond Meat
You look
yesterday,
at
guys, out at like 113. No, it dropped further than that, didn't it? 2 days. I mean, down to 113, 112.
seems like 171 is going to be the floor for Goldman right now.
This is oversold. This is too much. Too far, too fast. And no, this is not the same thing as ACB. Not the same thing. ACB is falling because they are not a profitable company. People are just trading the hype on the sector. The company itself is still absolute dog shit. Hopefully ACB is down today. Yeah, down 20%. Like, this is a dog shit company. Planet Fitness is back down after one hell of a run yesterday.
Monty, what do you think of ACB below 750? Possible or inevitable?
For me, it would be 5 or 6. Now, again, remember, mark on your calendars, guys. Presidential inauguration is January 12th, I believe, 12th or the 18th. So January 1st, anything that is looking like, and again, I'm done with elections. I'm not playing into it. Whoever it is that's going to be president, the plays that you want to take on that president, you're probably looking last week of December, first week of January. And I know a lot of people just want to piss off and not trade the market during that time, but therein lies the opportunity for entry. Here's the heat map that we're looking at right now. Tech sector is looking red as hell. It's bleeding. Energy is green. Yeah, energy's pretty green. We're not seeing massive numbers on it, but it's green. Etsy's definitely looking like a buy the dip to me. 20th is the inauguration. So yeah, like first week of January, guys, last week of December, if you enter into your plays, if we know for a fact 100% that Biden's going to be president then, great. So first week of January. First week of January, I'll take a look at ACB and see where it is. And then I'll be sure shit out of that thing by the 21st. Who are the big runners today? Do we have a big runner? Yeah, G-Tech. What the hell is G-Tech?
Something TSG was pulling up earlier. I don't jump on these weird hype stocks.
Garland Tech Holdings. Oh, Greenland Tech Holdings. It's an EV play. It's an EV play. Electric drivetrains.
Sony's rising.
Sony. Why is tech the dying? Euro thinks the tech is dying because of people canceling work from home. The companies that I consult for and the people that I've talked to, work from home isn't going anywhere. So I appreciate that the headlines are saying like the vaccine's coming, work from home is done. I'm not seeing that in the real world. Oh, I like DGLY. At 240, I really like DGLY.
Do you guys hear about the China antitrust law?
Yeah.
That's
What
probably
now?
also hitting tech. It's mostly focused on big tech.
I know that Europe is dropping a bunch of antitrust too on.
Amazon.
They hit Amazon, right?
Yep.
Is 90% prevention rate good for a vaccine, though? Well, it's better than the original numbers we were seeing from mRNA that were like 55, 56, 58. 90 is better than that, but are there better candidates out there? Absolutely. AstraZeneca, when you take 2 doses of the vaccine, so it's meant to be a 2-shot vaccine, the number is 100%. So that would be significantly better than 90%. And you don't have to freeze their shit. You can just ship it. Just send it. And then iPick's the other one that I'm in. They showed a 90% viral load decrease. And the thing with that one is it can be used as a vaccine and as a treatment and as a secondary infection prevention. So it's a 3-in-1. And it only requires a single shot. So 97% effective. And it can be used as a vaccine, it can be used as a treatment, and can be used to stop things like pneumonia or other bacterial infections that come afterwards. So it's a trifecta. I know a lot of people are hot on this Pfizer thing, but it's very much like an American-centric thing of like, ooh, Pfizer, they're American. Like that's it. That's what they've got, is that they are American. In the same way that SVA, their drug doesn't look fantastic, but it's the China drug, so China's using it, right? Yeah, Sony got a little bit of a bump there, but it's coming back down. ETM's doing just fine today.
Over 2 and close above 2, like this thing should be theoretically from a technical point of view in a bullish pattern. I hate having to say that, but like
What are you guys buying today or looking at?
I'm just watching. I'm not touching shit today.
I was thinking of Home Depot, but Home Depot is like going to have to be an equity play because the options look like shit on it going into March.
This market's bad for my sanity, so I think I'm just gonna go back to sleep.
Yeah, good call, man.
Good night.
Good night.
Good luck.
Sure.
Buying Home Depot in March would have been great.
Seasonally, buying from now to March when it's going into the summer stuff, like that's when that's typically the historical seasonal play, because this is the worst time for them to do home construction and like home renovation and stuff. But going into the summer, that's the best time. but people don't like these. People don't. Most people I meet don't like plays outside of the day or outside of the week. They want their money now.
Yeah.
I'm pissed, millennial. I was at work and I was bored as shit, and I just wasn't. I was making an effort not to check my phone in the morning. The XLP call that I took went. It went up to 45. I don't know, it printed 45, but it definitely printed 30. But it made about 100% on that thing, or 200% if I could have gotten that 45 print. But I just was not fucking paying attention.
Where do you guys trade at?
What do you mean?
Like, what? I guess like, what do you mainly use? TradingView to trade on, or?
I think TradingView's garbage personally, so I just use IB. I use the platform that I'm given. I don't really. They're all the same to me. They all have their own problems and stuff. I don't really care, but generally it's IB.
Yeah, my charts are TD. I use IB for options, but my charting and equity is all TD.
That 200 algorithm is just so fucking obvious right now in ETM. Look at it. Yesterday we tapped it down. Today we're tapping it right now, and then after this it's going to be 211 and then 250 just before 250.
Beyond Meat's back up to 120.
I just need ET to go up. I'm drowned it over my head in that.
I've just got the options play on ET, but I've got it pretty far out. Like I've got it into April, so yeah, it can take its time.
I've had this for 2 years.
Yikes!
Hope you collect the dividends. Shit.
Oh no, yeah, I have. I'm just reinvesting dividends. Yeah, it's dumb.
Okay, I mean it's equity. You're gonna be okay. Supreme Court is gonna rule in favor of ET, so they'll be okay.
Yeah. I've been buying ever since like, I don't know, like 2018. That dip in April, all the way.
You remember that weather seasonality or something like that, where it's like, if you have a inordinately warm summer, you're gonna have like a warm, like an extremely hot. Sorry, if you have a warm winter, you're gonna have a hot summer or something like that, or like a cold.
I don't know. I just look at the Farmer's Almanac.
I was gonna say, yep, I'm a huge fan of that.
Farmer's Almanac say. Anybody know offhand?
I can find it and listen. I have it saved. Okay, yeah, right here. The forecast for the winter is a cold, snowy winter. With a dry, just gonna be cold on the east, and west side's gonna be hot. And then for summer is what you're wondering?
No, I have no idea who that is, Sixna. I got no idea. Okay, I'm gonna see WPRT earnings.
The reason why I'm saying this now is because like it's been unusually warm here, and I know it's not indicative of anything, but I'm thinking in terms of seasonal plays, like just the seasonal portfolio thing. Was it PG&E or PCG or whatever it's called? I was looking up the seasonality for that, and it says that late mid-January, the sell date into May is typically a good run. And listen to this, millennial. So resulted in a geometric average return of 7.7% above the S&P 500 total return index for the past 20 years. This seasonal time frame has shown positive results compared to the benchmark in 15 of those periods. So it's won 15 out of 20 times. It has a good rate of success and strongly outperforms the relatively buy hold index by 50%, but we're not buying and holding this thing.
I'm just what I got is this Del Rancho that went through the Midwest
Mhm.
is going to affect ethanol and E85 and stuff like that heavy in like the next week or so.
Good or affected bad?
Affected bad because it killed a bunch like corn, like they couldn't harvest it, I guess.
Those fuckers.
So yeah, I don't
Corn
know
is
how that's going to affect.
corn is a very highly coveted crop because
Yo,
rain makes
Yeah.
Good
corn makes
morning.
whiskey.
Redemption. It looks like cold weather is gonna miss Toronto and my area, Ottawa to
I was
Montreal.
I was thinking more for California because if we start having a bunch of California wildfires again,
Through the winter, no, you won't get that.
PCG coming out of winter going into summer.
Nothing yet,
I'm
man.
really curious
Just
on
watching,
whether this
waiting,
PCG plan is
breathing
going to be
slowly.
viable or not.
I've been trying to figure out the company that owns all this wildfire foam and stuff that they spray down on the ground and like
Yeah.
buying into them.
Rita,
But
WPRT's earnings call is at 10:30. If you're interested.
yeah. Considering the fact that I had to spend a fuck ton of time on the phone with Airbnb with the most frustrating call I've ever had.
Yeah, that was some horseshit.
I show up and there's no living room furniture and there's no bedroom furniture either.
Yeah, that's
Like
insane.
all the dressers are missing. So it doesn't sound like an irritation, but it is because like I've lived in places that don't have dressers because they don't put dressers in, by the way. And it's an absolute irritation to live out of your own suitcase. I don't know. It's just something mentally for me. It fucking fucks me up. There was shit all over.
Yeah, it's nuts. I mean, given what given the film and photos, you show that in a second. It's like, well, Airbnb is just going to tell you can't be an Airbnb anymore based off of those photos. That's ridiculous. Oh, I did this yesterday. I found this yesterday. April through September. So May to September.
I'm making.
Yeah, because their earnings on that quarter, right? Their earnings for that quarter are coming out now. The money that they made on that quarter is coming out now.
So this lady, I don't know.
Be right back, guys. 2 seconds. I'm just gonna hop down to the other channel and do the earnings call. All right. This is a way better earnings call already than what we saw with Wader yesterday. There's gonna be slides. They'll walk you through it. You'll have a clear understanding of what's going on. Like, much better. Really like that. ETM is up almost 7%. Yep. Oh yeah. I was asking you to look at WPRT. I was letting you know that the earnings went well, that they beat, and the call was first thing this morning. So if you wanted to be here. Yep. Okay, cool. Am I out of AMC? I think so. I think I closed my puts. No, I still have my puts. I still have my 350 puts. I'm still profitable on my 350 puts. My AMC puts are 350s for December 18th. I think AMC is doomed to die. Yeah. No, I'm not closing my waiter. No. I'm not closing it. Waiter is dying right now. This is nutty. This is nutty BS. This is people wanting to buy in at a lower price. This honestly, guys, doesn't. It's a long hold for me. This is not a big deal for me. WPRT, I think, is just waiting on this earnings call to get started here to see what they have to say about China. I think that's going to be the big deal on it. Here we go. Yeah, I wonder if the market makers are just coming down to that buy at 256. Yeah, but that looks like it got taken out. You sure it was a buy, not a sell? So average volume on Waiter is 4 million. They're already at 3. This feels like the market makers. ETM is up nicely.
Welcome to the Westport Fuel Systems third quarter 2020 results conference call. As a reminder, all participants are in listen-only mode and the conference is being recorded. After the presentation, there will be an opportunity to ask questions. To join the question queue, you may press star then 1 on your telephone keypad. Should you need assistance during the conference call, you may signal an operator by pressing star and 0. I would now like to turn the conference over to Christine Marks, Westport's Investor Relations Representative. Please go ahead, Ms. Marks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Westport Fuel Systems' third quarter conference call, which is being held to coincide with the press release containing Westport Fuel Systems' financial results that was distributed yesterday. On today's call, speaking on behalf of Westport Fuel Systems is Chief Executive Officer David Johnson and Chief Financial Officer Richard Orazietti. Attendance at this call is open to the public and to media, but questions will be restricted to the investment community. You are reminded that certain statements made in this conference call and our responses to various questions may constitute forward-looking statements within the meaning of the U.S. and applicable Canadian securities laws. And as such, forward-looking statements are made based on our current expectations and involve certain risks and uncertainties. Actual results may differ materially from those projected in the forward-looking statements, so you're cautioned not to place undue reliance on these statements. Information contained in this conference call is subject to and qualified in its entirety by information contained in the company's public filings. I'll now turn the call over to David. David?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
Thanks, Christine, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining our conference call to review Westport Fuel Systems Q3 2020 results. This is David Johnson speaking. With me on the line today is Richard Orazietti. I sincerely hope that all of you, your loved ones, are healthy and well, and that you stay healthy and well. Last quarter, we talked about strong signals for a green recovery in multiple jurisdictions around the world and stimulus spending to build a better, more resilient, and low-carbon economy. I'm pleased to say the momentum has continued. Despite the ongoing impacts of COVID-19 and the challenges of a second or even a third wave, we are encouraged by signs of recovery in our sales volumes and signals of normalization across key markets. The pandemic has changed a lot of things, but the need for clean, economical transportation solutions and urgent action on climate change has not gone away. We've made meaningful progress on a number of our business objectives this year, including engine certification in China, growth in our Indian market, and significant improvements to our balance sheet. Although the global pandemic continued to have adverse impact on business, in the third quarter we saw a recovery compared to the second quarter, with sales rebounding significantly, resulting in an 82% revenue increase relative to the second quarter of 2020, and net income once again in positive territory. Customer demand for our aftermarket products and growth in our HPDI sales volumes were quite encouraging. 2 of our 3 Italian plants are at higher risk zones in which travel restrictions were imposed just last week. These restrictions are designed to limit people from traveling between regions. However, residents can still go to work and are doing so. Our plants are operating at normal capacity. At this time, we don't expect our factories to close. We're closely monitoring guidance and direction from public health officials. I'm proud of our team's resilience, hard work, and commitment to operational excellence as we continue to maintain a safe and work environment for our team members and first-class service and support for our customers. We expect continued positive momentum in the fourth quarter, largely driven by HPDI sales as fleets improve the sustainability of their operations with our market-ready solution that delivers comparable performance and reduces total cost of ownership. That said, the extent, duration, and impact of COVID-19 is uncertain. Most of our production is from these 3 facilities located in northern Italy and 1 in the Netherlands. Sales from these facilities are primarily to Europe, in areas that have been significantly impacted by the virus and continue to be challenged to contain the virus and keep the economy operating. We do expect our heavy-duty business to be less impacted than our aftermarket and light-duty OEM business because of the ongoing need for delivery of freight worldwide. We've implemented a number of austerity measures, which I outlined in the last quarter, and we made excellent progress on shoring up our balance sheet and improving our cash position during this quarter, including new loans with Export Development Canada, Unicredit, and Deutsche Bank, and a restructuring of our convertible notes, which Richard will walk through in detail later. Let's turn to a few of the financial highlights. Revenue was significantly impacted in Q2 and still in Q3 due to various shutdowns around the world. But for the 3 months ended September 30th of this year, revenue decreased 13% to $65 million from $75 million compared to the same period in 2019. Our light-duty OEM and delayed OEM businesses were most acutely affected, which directly reflects the reduced demand for light-duty vehicles in the markets we serve. Net income was $0.8 million compared to net income of $5 million for the same period last year. We recorded positive net income in 2019 and had expected to improve upon this achievement in 2020. However, as I said earlier, the impact of COVID-19 has had a significant impact on 2020 results. That said, net income for this quarter was positive, and adjusted EBITDA was $4 million for the quarter. Relative to the third quarter of this year, we're expecting continued improvement in revenue and earnings in the fourth quarter of 2020 and into 2021. But of course, this will depend on the strength of the economic recovery and the uncertain but continuing impact of COVID-19. As we respond to ramping customer demand for our products, we remain focused on cost reduction, disciplined cash management, and supporting our global team and their communities as we navigate this recovery period. I'll update you next on a few of our key markets. Let's start with Europe. Europe remains our largest market, representing about 70% of our sales. There are strong signals of market growth and geographic expansion. More and more fleets are purchasing LNG-fueled heavy-duty vehicles. With a strong business case, comparable diesel performance, and reduced greenhouse gas emissions, HPDI trucks are being deployed in high-mileage applications and demanding duty cycles. The European Commission is striving for climate neutrality by 2050. To take action today, fleet operators can choose from just 4 long-haul trucks offering 4 horsepower or more that run on natural gas or biomethane. But only HPDI-equipped engine offers full torque, drivability, and the efficiency of diesel engines that fleets demand. We continue seeing growth in LNG vehicle registrations, an increase of 175% in 2019 alone, according to NGVA Europe. There are currently 11,000 LNG-fueled trucks on the road in Europe. We know that the build-out of infrastructure is critical in the adoption of any technology. Here, too, we see encouraging signals that point to faster ramp and market penetration for LNG. For example, with the LNG refueling network in Europe doubling since 2017. There are now 331 LNG refueling stations across Europe, spanning 21 countries. By contrast, in the United States, we have just 70 stations. There's limited product choice, and the fuel type price differential between natural gas and liquid fuels is not as compelling. Purchase incentives of 20,000 euros in key markets like Italy and the extension of a road toll exemption in Germany for LNG trucks make already compelling fuel economics even more attractive for operators. Earlier this year, the German government extended road toll exemptions for heavy-duty natural gas trucks into 2023. This toll exemption further strengthens the business case for HPDI trucks and accelerates actions on the European Union's climate goals. Recently, however, the EU Commission has announced that it has never approved the toll exemption for gas or electric hybrid trucks and does not intend to support it through 2023. Discussions between the Commission and the German Ministry of Transport, who continue to support the exemption, are ongoing. We and others in the industries believe that any attempt to reverse the legislation exemption will be rightly challenged by fleets, transport companies, and fueling station operators who have made significant investments in natural gas trucks and stations. We'll continue to monitor this closely. Carbon neutrality will only be possible with policies that include the use of renewable and economic gaseous fuels. Major European companies in the retail and food sectors are increasingly switching to biomethane fueled trucks as an affordable solution that's available today and can reduce carbon emissions to net zero. Liquefied biomethane, or bio
Okay, so this is good. The
now
EU is a
being
big
produced in
market.
Sweden, Norway, the Netherlands, and France.
But China's
with
what
projects
we're waiting
underway
for here.
in more countries. Royal Dutch Shell's announcement to build 50 new LNG refueling stations in Germany and a liquefaction plant are significant investments in the decarbonized freight sector, supplying a blend of fossil and renewable natural gas and making their LNG supply carbon neutral. Bio-LNG make trucks run cleaner and effectively accelerates decarbonization, and our hardware is fully capable for bio-LNG applications. Work is underway within the European Commission to determine and finalize the CO2 baseline for commercial vehicle emissions. The Commission is expected to publish these baselines for each OEM manufacturer by April 30th, 2021. The race is on to achieve targets and avoid penalties, which come into effect in 2025.
Redemption.
During the first stages following the launch of HPDI in Europe, fleets placed orders for just a few trucks for
Redemption, would you say that's market maker fuckery
then,
that's happening
as
on
evidence
right
and
now?
confidence grew, orders increased to 10 at a time, then 20 at a time. This year, fleet orders have further increased into the hundreds. And despite COVID, sales of HPDI have increased roughly 50% versus last year, which is a continuation of the growth rate we saw in 2018. Fleets are making the switch to natural gas and especially HPDI. Our heavy-duty products are not in a test or experimental phase. They're mainstream, for sale, and in use today around the world, and we believe they're an important part of an economic recovery in many markets. A high proportion of CO2 emissions come from long-haul trucks, which don't lend themselves to electrification. HPDI is the solution, and with our even modest market share growth of vehicles that use our technology, our revenues and profitability will keep growing. In September, we announced our Weichai Westport joint venture had received government certification of the JV's HPDI-equipped engine. The next important step in the commercialization process is vehicle certification, which is the responsibility of the JV's customers, the vehicle OEMs. We expect this work to be completed and certification issue anywhere from the next few weeks to the next few months. And like you, we look forward to these announcements from the vehicle OEMs. We have a great partner, a great technology, and a large market to serve in China. And we're looking forward to ramping up sales in this important market in the coming years. The long-term potential of HPDI in China, the largest natural gas commercial market in the world, remains compelling. We continue to work to serve the growth potential for natural gas fueled vehicles in India and are growing our business in India. In September, we announced we are combining our operations of our Rohan BRC business with our existing JV with Uno Minda, a large, well-established Tier 1 automotive supplier, to serve both our aftermarket and OEM customers like Maruti Suzuki. The combination provides synergies in sales, manufacturing, and operations. The third quarter sales in India were robust as the country recovered from coronavirus shutdowns and automotive sales were strong. Third quarter sales in our Indian JV, which we do not consolidate, were about double the sales in Q3 2019. There are a number of factors at play here. Some of the sales growth is due to pent-up demand and refilling the inventory pipeline. The three-wheeler market is also growing. With the introduction of Bharat Stage 6 emissions regulations, the cost of diesel-powered vehicles has gone up. And
yeah, so I've heard all I need to hear on this call. All I cared about was China and India. They're saying 2 to 4 months. Great. At least I know what I'm holding. That's going to be all we do for listening to that call. There's nothing else that needs to come in on that. Stock price is reflecting that. It's up a little bit, but that's it. That's all we're going to see on it today. It says it's down a penny right now. Everything's just coming down. Everything. This is really feeling like a Wednesday. You know what I mean? Like, it's just feeling like a Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look over here. Look at this. Look. It's a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday chart. Unreal. Somebody needs to remind the market. Remember, everybody's happy. All the problems are solved. Somebody go tell the market. Be happy. Remember, Biden won. There's no more problems in the world. Start buying. WBA is going parabolic, huh? How's Rite Aid doing here? Yeah, Rite Aid's not doing bad either. I mean, on a day like today, man, that's not bad. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not buying that line. I think Wednesday's always a Wednesday. Fuckery will be had. Let's take a look at Waiter here. Waiter hit that 256. Waiter hit the 256 and then bounced right back up. There it is. There's that order. Here's more buying. Here comes some more buying. Like, fuckery, I tell you. Absolute fuckery. Market makers took it all the way down to pick up that 256 buy. And now we go. Because nobody's buying, so they take it down a little bit and nobody buys, and then take it down a little bit and nobody buys, and then take it down a little bit and nobody buys, and take it down a little bit and nobody buys. Because anybody that's actually going to buy is watching that level and seeing that there's a big player down at 256. So maybe they'll buy at 257, right? 258 just before it hits that 256. And then all the buys come in all at once and you get this jump back up. So between these two candles, we had 20,000, like 50,000. It just hits that line. It's going to bounce off and we're going to head back up.
Because the cost
VIX is climbing. WTI.
If apparently, like you basically have to do enough commissions for that, and if you're a frequent trader like I am, then yeah, you get that quite easily.
Yeah, most people. Well, I mean, I would say the majority of the people in here don't use zero commission platforms.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying like I'm starting because I'm right now trading on my dad's account and I'm wanting to like I'm able to in a month trade on my own platform, so I'm just discovering platforms right now.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering where I should start.
IB is really solid as far as getting the fills you want when you want them. I can't speak to
Well,
TD in the states. So it sounds like you're stateside, so
yeah, I think an interactive is what people seem to like.
It is the you won't know the frustration of the platform until you actually start using it.
That
a lot of people I know that use IB to trade because they get the good fills, but they don't use it for charting.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would not use the chart. I would probably chart
Okay, I'm back.
on.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh,
Rita, this
so
article right here. Can private theater rentals save AMC?
Over my dead body. What are you gonna do? Rent out a theater for $100?
it's on 300 in my area.
The beta launch took place 4 weeks ago, and they saw 110,000 inquiries across the country.
Is that even profitable? I mean, they can get like 4 tickets for like $100.
So AMC is quoting people as saying that the prices on the rentals are $99 to $349. So it's not the base 99 for everybody, depending on the theater you want.
Yeah, over my dead body. Like, think about how much money is spent inside an AMC. Like, the popcorn, the drinks, the tickets, the
That's always been the rule in theaters. That's always been the rule. I remember back when I was doing breakdowns on bankrupt movie theaters, it was the same thing of you don't make money. You make nothing on the movie ticket. You make everything on concessions.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, where's the concessions if you're coming into a prepared? People bring food when it's like a rental, and then you book this. You know, it's not like a last minute thing where you just spend ass tons because.
Yeah, this is nutty. Consensus price target is 229. I think they are being very generous with AMC at 229. I don't know that AMC survives.
They're being very generous because the entire financial apparatus has lost their goddamn mind because there's a Fed put in everything. Nobody can go bankrupt if the Federal Reserve is buying your bonds.
So WPRT's earnings, 2 to 4 months is still what they're saying. They've been saying it already for 2 to 4 months, but as far as I know, they're hoping it's 2 to 4 months on China. No, so you would rent out a theater and you could use it for like a business presentation. So if you want to do like internal training, if you want to have a corporate meeting. You can also rent out the theater to watch a movie. But the cost will vary depending on what you want to do inside the room, as well as what kind of setup you need, what hookups you need. But that's what a lot of people are saying is like, screw office space. Like, does AMC just become WeWork? Like, is that the model now? All movie theaters are now WeWork. Cars got an update. I am super confident on Cars. I like that. That one for me is like a duh. Yeah, I don't know what they're. I mean, they've got to do something. I'll give them that. Like, they've got to throw something out there at AMC. Like, what are you doing? What's the strategy? Are we packing up shop? No CEO can actually go out there and say, "Yeah, we're packing up shop." So instead, he comes out with this, "Oh yeah, we're gonna rent out movie theaters," and 110,000 people filled out an email survey that requires no cash down, saying, "Yeah, I want to know more about renting out an entire movie theater." The number of people that actually rent out a movie theater, though, I think is going to be a drop in the bucket. There's no need to rent out a movie theater. I went to the movie theater to see Empire Strikes Back with my eldest daughter on her birthday. It was literally, so movie theater probably could have fit 150 people. Instead, it was just me, my daughter, and her two friends. That was the whole theater. We had the whole theater to ourselves. I spent $5 on the ticket. Why am I giving them $100? It does not make sense. Bad business model. Bad.
Oh, wait, Millennial. I forgot a couple things. One, I didn't realize. I forgot they realized. Sorry, I forgot they raised the minimum wage in Ontario. Wasn't paying attention to that. And second, holy shit, it is they are paying a premium because of COVID. It is insane. For that $100 for the day that I did the COVID test, and then today after like yesterday's like 10 hours or whatever. Guess what my final tally was?
$1 million.
I wish. $400.
Yeah, Fuquan, I can take a look for sure.
For like, I don't even want to count the COVID test as a day, but like I'm gonna roll it in. But you're basically making double what you normally would have at any other like non-COVID day. That's literally insane.
All right, guys, I need your help here. We have two new kittens, and Christmas tree is probably not going to happen. And we're about to get ready to do Christmas tree, so we're trying to come up with some like Pinteresty solutions. Which of these do you guys like the most? Do any of these look amazing? These are all just like flat up against the wall with like lights and stuff.
Go full screen.
Go full screen. Okay, so there's this one, which is like this kind of
face cam. I meant your face cam screen.
Oh, dun 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 dun. Okay, so we've got this, which is like a kind of Christmassy white tree, fairly plain, fairly plain. Then we got this cute one for little kids. It's like felt, and they can stick their ornaments to it.
Oh, Dad would definitely do.
There's this one that's more like branches, so that's actual like tree branches, and then you put your little ornaments on the branches.
Oh, that one looks like a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm not doing it, so I don't care how much work it is. My wife and my kids are going to do it, so I don't really care about. This one looks like they're just trying to make a tree into a tree, but
they're two sticks.
And then this one is like a photo wall of all your friends and family with lights on it. And then the last one is like a bunch of cups, and you just sit your ornaments inside the cups. Pipes, whatever. First one with the branches. It's the branches.
Was
like
that
the
just
one
vote?
Which one do you like, Redemption?
I like the one where it's like where I said it was gonna be. It looks like it's gonna be a lot of work. I think the kids would really enjoy that.
Yeah, the one with a lot of work. Yep. It's a general consensus.
This one?
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, they're all saying the one with the branches. That's the one, right? That's the winner. Yeah, that's the one.
I think the kids would enjoy it, but
yeah. Yeah, no, that's the one with the votes. The entire chat. Look, branches agreed. First one, branches, branches, branches. Now away with you. 2. Bring me sustenance. I love you all. Goodbye. Okay, let's fix this camera here.
Jesus Christ, there's so many things that are upticks right now, Millennial. ACB, Neo, CCL, Piton, Beyond Meat.
Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Just trying to get this thing back to where it's supposed to be.
Jesus, is Roku just perpetually upticked?
Close enough. Whatever. Look at that. Waiter back up to 270. Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they did. They live on Pinterest. My girls, they love that thing. So they went on Pinterest, and those were the ones that they like the best out of Pinterest. So I'll take a photo, guys, when we actually get there. But waiter 270 again. It's just all over the place. Mattel getting smashed. I mean, down a little bit. For sure, down a little bit. I wouldn't say it's getting smashed. Like, there's Mattel. Down 6 cents on the day. Like, that's nothing crazy.
I freed up some capital. I'm gonna start my long game on BlackBerry now.
Yeah, BlackBerry's looking good. Mattel's a tasty little buy the dip at the moment.
Keep selling until I get exercise, then, because technically BlackBerry is also coming into seasonality in mid or late December. It's supposed to rally in there, but I wanted to sell this for the longest time. I don't care. Got 6% back. If this thing fills, I got 6% back initially, and then into it for a month, and then I will just keep selling the other side for calls until I keep getting. I'll keep adding to this and keep selling it too. So it'll just grow itself.
I mean, it's such a great buy the dip on so many things right now. OLN. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I'll go. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at OLN. All right. Well then, it looks like it's up on the day. Is this typical of all the gun stocks, or are they all doing this? One. BGFV. Yeah, Big Five is up too. I think it's uncertainty. The more uncertainty you get, guns, ammo, that stuff is going to continue to do well. I know DGLY is down, but um, I think that whole sector is just going to continue to do well. I'm happy to hear thoughts to the contrary, but that seems to be the way she plays right now. ETM's going back up. Waiter's back up to 276. We're up. We're about to break their average daily volume. SWBI is wrecked. Yeah, it's down 3% today. Fell hard from that 17. Okay, so this is their theory, is that we are going to see less people in the remote home, and so year over year all of these stocks that have been running on remote work or internet ordering are going to suffer by comparison. I just don't buy this. Yeah, I mean, politically, is there any news? Not really. Not really. Transition updates. I don't know that he's quiet yet. I also made a decent chunk of change off of him being loud. I don't know that that's going to be a thing. I mean, I keep trying to get out of this. I don't want to be in the constant politics of this, but this is the only thing that seems to be moving the market. Um, yeah, I don't see any progress on this other than What's the better buy that did today, Palantir or Mattel? Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Palantir, Mattel for me is the shorter term play. Palantir is a much longer. They can only block it if they get the Senate. They don't currently have the Senate, as is my understanding. There's still 4 seats remaining. Which way these go decides it. So these 2 runoffs in Georgia, North Carolina, they haven't called for the Republicans yet, but it looks like the Republicans. And Alaska will go to the Republicans. So they'll have the 50 for sure, and then these runoffs will decide. Yeah, I mean, Mattel for me is a play on their Q4 earnings. I think they crush it on Q4 earnings. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know about you, millennial, but them getting broadcast rights for esports, I really like that. I really like that for a future outlook.
You're talking on ETM?
Yeah.
You realize that that's not really what that thing is, the company that they acquired, right? The company that they acquired is about sports analysis, insights, data for online gambling. It's a bigger deal for the people that are listening to basketball, football, that kind of stuff, because now they're going to get this huge like sports info thing with
Hey
their.
mom, I'm on stream. Hey mom.
Hi Martini. How's that Starbucks treating you?
I'm fucking still making it. I did a TikTok because I was bored.
It's that COVID thing, huh? That COVID coffee. They've got to keep it all separated, so it makes it really tough to make a good coffee.
Oh yeah, I'll be back.
It shows up to shit talk. I love it.
Do I wipe out 2 months worth of profit on Oxy to not lose 20% on it?
Waiter actually went all the way down to grab that 256, and now is just buying right back up. Herein lies the power of the market maker. Why did Baba drop? It looks like everything's dropping on this work from home thing. I disagree with the thought process on it.
Is Biden still that he's going to do lockdowns again or no?
So Biden appointed his coronavirus team, and that coronavirus team is a bunch of advocates for a very harsh lockdown.
I'm actually curious, like, because the thing that my friend kept pointing to me yesterday was the section in Biden's plan about how he's going to form also an internet task force to combat internet harassment, online harassment
can we
and stuff.
Stupid people task force? Can we do that?
No, Rita, it's actually great because apparently it's a very female leaning task force for
yes
and bullying against women. So literally, Rita, you've literally been given a weapon to use against your haters, which is both hilarious and terrifying.
I am terrifying. I am inevitable.
That's just what we need. More big government oversight of the internet, because they've done such a great job of it so far.
You know why I scared the shit out of the stream last night? Because I did my witch cackle when we were in the dark.
Oh, yeah. Bro, I missed the internet from 1995. That was pre-troll. We didn't even know how to troll yet because you were buffering the entire time. I just tell you, man, 95 was sweet because teachers hadn't figured out how to properly check for plagiarized content. So you could just go on the internet, find all kinds of essays that were already written, grab those puppies, tweak them a little bit, and you were done. School, easy peasy. Honestly, what caused the internet to move ahead so quickly was the porn industry. People got tired of waiting for porn to load. And you think I'm joking? I'm not joking. That's why the internet moved so quickly to get so much faster. That industry. Who remembers what was it? Um it was a web cartoon. Um with Trogdor. What was that? Homestar Runner? You guys remember Homestar Runner? Anybody? These guys back in the day, this was the thing. This is what YouTube was built on, was these web cartoons and web comics and double rainbows and boom goes the dynamite. Trogdor the board game. Okay, so Uber has had their Postmates acquisition approved. Uber, for 6 months following the closing, will refrain from entering into new exclusivity agreements with those restaurants. Hmm. Does this make home delivery go up? Does waiter go up on this? I suppose the first question is, does Uber go up on that, right? Does anybody actually give a fuck? Nope. How does that typically work in the acquisition? Is the acquisition in favor of the acquirer or the acquiree? Which one does the market like more? The person buying the company or the person being sold? I guess if you're being sold, everybody kind of knows the price that you're worth at the very least, right? A lot of people lost a lot today. You are not alone. I mean, it stands to reason they would continue looking to buy because that's the only way that Uber gets new investment money, right? This is the burden of the unicorn to stay constantly in the headlines. And the best way to do that when you want to draw attention to your food delivery business is to continue buying people up. Problem is, there's not that many more people to buy up. I mean, at this point, I don't even know what the good news could be. Do we actually just have to wait until January and accept the fact that there is no good news coming? Redemption, what's the seasonality on ETM? When's the typical out? December?
January, early January.
Okay. So that we're at 2 now is not half bad.
I think any sort of like jump up would be good, but seasonality is just a guideline. It doesn't have to be like forever situation.
Like this is the problem in my mind right here, guys. The major markets are too tech heavy, and so when tech is bright red like this, the whole market's just like, all of our stuff is screwed. Energy's not looking that bad. I mean, it's mostly green or sideways. Consumer goods is green. Financials is a little bit kind of all over the map. Telecom's looking solid. But yeah, I mean, this is what kills the market, this friggin' tech sector. Who trades tech, honestly?
Fuck you and the horse you rode in on.
There she is. There she is. I was wondering how much shit talking I could get in on tech before I heard from you.
Always ruining shit. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know who in their right mind would be trading tech right now. Everybody's going to be broke through Christmas. Nobody can afford new Apple product. Nobody can afford new Tesla. Nobody can afford the new PlayStation or Xbox. Everybody out of tech. Everybody.
Oh shit! Wait! Serious news that you're gonna love. They literally created a color studio for your iPhone.
Oh, fuck off. So for those of you who are unaware, I have no love for the Apple suite of products. They are overpriced, and the big thing that they like to push is that they've got multiple colors. Apparently now they have a color studio. You can create your own damn color. You know what? My daughter, my daughter's a hipster. Guaranteed she would love it if I get her an iPhone. I should get her an iPhone and I should make it baby poop brown. Or even go newborn, like newborn baby green. Color match that shit out of a diaper. Make that her iPhone. No, but seriously, who's buying all of this tech if there's no money, if we don't get a stimulus?
Well, what was it, that survey that said that's what was it, 10, 20, 40% or something like that of Americans, or they were naming a good percentage, say that, holiday spending and going into debt for holiday spending is worth it, or it's actually imperative. I mean, I could believe it. People want their shit.
This guys, these stocks here are starting to look really tasty. PayPal, Square, Visa. MasterCard? These are all looking really tasty. Because if nobody has money, guess what they're buying their goodies on? That's right. It's on them debts. All on them debts. Lots of purchases, all on debt. That's what credit card companies love, right? Lots of purchases and all of them on the credit card. ETM's got that hard stop at $1.90 here. Redemption. We got to break through that. How big is the seller at $1.90 that it keeps running away from this thing? Why is SPY buying up now all of a sudden? $182,000 at $1.90? Hmm. Let's see. If the market makers are willing to go down for orders, are they willing to come up for orders on Wader? Hmm? Hmm? Move that one. I don't know that Wader is. If Wader's big enough here, if 3,600 shares is enough to move Wader anywhere, but I'll do my part. Come and get him. Come and get him up a little bit higher. Yeah, so many of these just look like buy the dips. Square down 5%. That makes no sense. LAC makes no sense. Palantir, no. GDRX is down. Buy the dip for Martini on GDRX.
All in laziness.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like a buyer's market. What do you want? It's all on sale.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I've been saying stuff.
No, we just heard you
So-
now.
Ah! But the choice insults were amazing.
I can only imagine.
God damn it, millennial.
If it makes you feel better, I will imagine how hurtful they were and shed a tear right now. It's right here. Do you see it?
Oh, your crocodile tears?
Yeah, it's right. It's right there. Do you see it? It's rolling down my cheek. Oh, WPRT decided to go up 4.5%, 5%. WPRT is going, Martini. Yay!
So how does your audience feel about my shit talking, huh?
They love it. I gain
Because-
viewers every time you shit talk.
Well, you know, it's hard to take a Canadian hobo seriously.
Just wait. I can't like my barber just went on her maternity leave. She just left. And my hair is already this long. Like I am going to be like hardcore hippie down to my shoulders. I'm getting my liberal arts degree from Berkeley by the time she gets back from maternity leave. It's going to be nutty. Like ZZ Top beard and like hipster ponytail, the whole thing. It's not going to fit under the hat anymore. I'm going to have to rock the ponytail again.
Legit, the only thing that would make this better is, hey, can you go full screen on yourself?
I can. It's just a pain in the ass to get it back down to the regular size. Can I get it in? I don't know that I can get it in.
You don't have a scene to just go full screen on yourself?
No. That would require effort.
Fisher Price streamer.
Yeah. I never claimed to be a
Alright,
full-time
just-
streamer.
Oh my fuck.
Look at that. Yeah.
Okay.
Look
at
out, ladies.
yourself. Okay, now anything that would be better, just look into the camera.
Okay.
Don't look from the side. Fucking terrible filmer. God. Look, okay. Go closer in or something, because since you don't have full screen. Like, scoot in. There you go. Okay. Actually, no, back up a little bit. Sit up straight. Okay, so put your hands in a like you're holding on to something. Just hold it out, both of them. No, like sideways, like your hands sideways. God, you're terrible at this. No, yeah, there you go. Okay. And now, God. And now lower it and put it under your boobs. Do it. The face. It's not working because it's not on stream. God damn it.
I have a samurai sword. Oh, I do have a samurai sword. Hold on. I'll be back.
Oh my god, he just went past that.
Just a little one. Just a little one because it's only a little button. You don't get the big sword. You just get the little one, the little button, right? Like all in Nintendo.
That's. I'm gonna toss.
What? Toss on what?
Nothing to see here.
I don't understand.
The white guy being mildly offensive. Weird.
White people
Like
can't own swords and have ponytails? Now who's being racist?
Where's Redemption? He missed all of this. Where's the giggle?
I just didn't key up my mic.
You need to key your mic. We need the sound effects.
Redemption also gave me my Asian card song.
You're the best boy grip, Redemption. Live it. Feel it. Love it.
Breathe it. Own it.
That was funny though yesterday of Millennial because like we kept we. It's funny because like we keep one of those like stupid like politically correct place, which is kind of funny. You think that this being the quote unquote workplace, it's so serious and shit. They kept saying, "Oh, where's my Japanese tourist?" And they're just like, I said the job description says it's Asian tourist, and one of the other guys goes, "I mean, isn't it the same thing?"
Oh.
The guy turns to me and says, "Yeah, but we're allowed to say it." He's not.
Send him an email with a guy from India, a guy from Japan, a guy from Korea, a guy from Thailand, a guy from China, and say, "Do these all look the same to you?"
I was laughing about it too because I was expecting this Biden Harris commentary or whatever, but I had this idea. I really wanted to ask this, but I didn't want to stir up shit where it wasn't already prevalent brought up by someone else. But I wanted to say so. They keep posing Kamala, which is lotus, Indian for lotus or whatever, right? They keep posting Kamala as the first black woman to become vice president and stuff like that. So, but she's not actually black. She's Indian. She's it's technically South Asian. So does that mean like all us Asians are now considered black? Like I'm trying to work through the logic here, but
that was your first problem. That was your first mistake. We're being warned. Careful, or Biden's task force. Oh no, just me. They're just gonna come after me.
He hasn't formulated it yet. It's okay until he formulates it.
This is big news for GM. Walmart and GM are pairing up to test self-driving cars to deliver customer orders.
Tables, telling you.
BlackBerry, this self-driving car thing, starting to more and more. The whispers are coming. Buy Zoom during the pullback. No shit. Who's it going to take? Who's the person that needs to come out and go, by the way, like work from home is a reality into Q3 next year at least? Who's the person that comes out and says that?
Biden.
It's Biden. Biden has to be the one to say, just to be clear, we're all still boned.
Oh, sorry. Biden's probably going to be out by then, but Kamala is going to come out and say like, yeah, by the way, we're all fucked. Thanks, Trump. She's going to say it almost exactly like.
There's more good news. The Department of Justice official who oversees election crimes resigns in response to the Attorney General memo on voting fraud.
I saw that. Someone said that, see, even Barr's like jumping ship or whatever. I'm like, hold on. Did you not read the article fully? They think that they asked.
Can you TLDR me? What was the memo about?
Barr's memo was that all of the attorney generals across the states are to be taking all legitimate claims of voter fraud or elections fraud seriously, and they're to be punished to the full extent of the law. And now off of that memo, the guy who oversees election crimes is resigning.
What power do they have right now? I mean, I don't even know what to make of this.
Attorney General Barr's memo authorized prosecutors to investigate allegations of voting irregularities, which are baseless. There's been no evidence of voting irregularities. And so this guy is quitting, saying, having familiarized myself with the new policy and its ramifications, I must regretfully resign from my role as director of the elections crime branch.
This is the same guy that in 2013 was involved with the IRS targeting of Republican political groups. So I don't know. He
really?
Was very, very much political. Yes, it is.
No way.
So the fact that who cares?
Really? How does that guy luck out and get those 2 jobs? Can't cuck him with the IRS? Cuck him at the election crimes office? Like, okay, so Attorney Barr says he's already authorized investigations of substantial allegations of voting and vote tabulation irregularities, but says inquiries shouldn't be based on specious, speculative, fanciful, or far-fetched claims. Apparently, he has a thesaurus from 1886 that he's using for his legalese. I'll link the full memo here in Discord. Now I know that this is a Twitter quote, but it's just an image of the actual memo. So this is not in breach of what we said we were going to do.
I'll be back.
Alrighty. I think that's the big thing here. And I mean, I know I said I was going to try not to get sucked back into this, but here I am sucked back into it. Everything that we have right now is a projection based off of the Associated Press. That's what people are using as the standard. But until the electoral votes on December 15th and the inauguration on the 18th, we don't know squat. Ooh, this is dangerous. People who test negative for coronavirus should be given certificates or wristbands and allowed to return to normal life.
Just like how AOC is saying that they should have a list, a quote unquote accountability list of all the Trump supporters.
What?
That's weird.
I didn't hear that. Where is that? No way.
Yeah, Trump accountability list, please.
Ooh, Randcorp is rating. What's up, Randcorp crew? How you guys doing? Okay, so like this is big news. What like this is what people should be talking about right here, man. Okay, let's refresh this so we don't have a paywall. Anybody have the link to that
Holy
paywall
shit.
buster?
Right here, Millennial.
Yeah, it's pretty scary redemption. I had no idea.
Oh, and someone's already doing it in one of the responses. It's called the Trump Accountability Project.
Yeah, it's definitely a buy the dip kind of day for sure. What is the name of this tool that you can get around paywalls with? Because I'm not paying to look at this.
It is Sayo Softori.
I'm sorry, is that Russian?
I'm trying to, yeah. My Russian isn't that great.
No, I understood. Mm-hmm.
So how do I install this? How does a boomer go about installing this? Okay, it says to download this and go in here. Okay, and then unzip this. Extensions. Developer mode. Drag this folder anywhere onto here to install.
Wow. OLN is shooting up.
Well, would you look at that? It worked. Okay, release 12 bills to fund the government. First move toward negotiations with House Democrats will be vital to avoiding federal shutdown next month. Well, we want to make sure that all of the people that work in the government itself get paid, right? We wouldn't want senators and House representatives to be unemployed and financially unstable over the Christmas season, right? Interesting. Sidhu81, thanks for following, man. Much appreciated. This is I mean, there's 12 new funding bills for the government here is a little bit nutty. I think people should be pissed off that they're not talking stimulus, so they're talking how do we pay our own workers? How about everybody else who's not getting paid?
Remember, Biden says that no senator should be taxed. No senators that making under 400,000 a year should be taxed, or that heavily, or whatever. These poor senators and government workers only making $400,000 a year when the president's making $1 million.
AMC and Cinemark are banking on a return to normal by summer 2021. Anybody buy that?
Hey, Rancor.
Anybody buy that? Theaters back to normal by the summer? What content are they going to show?
I just found out that the set that I was on in September, they actually had a COVID outbreak. I did not know. You know their testing method? They just took your temperature at the top of the tape, and that's it.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's accurate.
Good old Canadian, This is the diligence that you're working with in Canada.
Oh no, the fearmonger is here. Asteroid impact coming. Sell all stocks. Sea level rising. Aliens invading. Sentient life found on moon coming to attack. Everybody, hopefully,
it sounds like a great movie coming out.
yeah. When's it coming out? Hopefully in June to save AMC, right? NVIDIA will file for bankruptcy at 4 p.m. Also helpful. These headlines, guys. This is why headlines are so important to trade on, right? In other news, Waiter's back up to 280. So everybody who lost their minds this morning, it's like, millennial, what are we gonna do? We aren't gonna do anything. I'm gonna hold with diamond hands. Hands o' diamond. Mm-hmm. So here was Waiter yesterday. Here's it after its positive earnings. It bought up to 3 and then came down and then went down to 256 and bought back up, and now we're at 280. Is there anybody there, or is it just kind of sitting there? I wonder. It's like, okay, we did enough moving on this thing for the day. I think we're just going to chill for a bit. Nikola will release a real truck that's going to kill Tesla. Uh-huh. We are going into lunch here, guys. It feels like everything is just kind of slowing down. You know what I mean? I don't see a ton of news coming in. This negative sentiment on SPY seems to be gone. We're back up to 354, so people don't know what to do right now. They seem very, very confused. I'm not seeing a ton of news one way or the other here. Nothing that's going to really move this. Yeah, a little volume on the SPY. Notable earnings tomorrow before the open. There's nothing huge tomorrow. Lemonade. I don't know. Anybody here doing lemonade? It's kind of a nothing day tomorrow, really. Doyu, I guess. Oh, that sounds smexy. Afria and Neo on a 12% dip. I mean, that's it. Like, it just, for everybody that's sitting here watching this thing, it reeks of buy the dip. I don't see any other conclusion other than buy the dip. We got Wix on Thursday, Red Hill Biopharma. Seeing if there's anything else that really catches my eye. 10-cent is Thursday. I don't know anybody who trade the OTCs, but 10 cents Thursday. And then Friday, what do we got? We don't have another really huge earnings day until DraftKings is on Friday, so that'll be interesting to see. Problem is which dip to buy. Agreed. Remedy 808, thanks so much for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, we don't have a big earnings day until next Thursday, and then it kind of ramps up again. So from the 19th on, it's gonna ramp up. Macy's, BJ's. Yeah, there's 133 earnings before next Thursday, and then 100 the following Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that week of the 23rd through the 26th and the 19th is kind of when earnings start to pick up again. We've got a bit of a lull until the 19th, which is, I mean, the next week and a half. It doesn't look like there's going to be much good news. We know that there's a vaccine, but they're not going to approve it until the end of December. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to see, guys, that this is the market. I don't know what would move the market right now. I'm trying to think what news would come in that would move this thing. I guess the only thing that I could see moving it would be an immediate approval on a vaccine. So AstraZeneca gets it now instead of in December, but that's very, very unlikely. And the other one is the if Trump actually proves voter fraud anywhere. And I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying like those are the only things in my mind, and they're both long shots. There's nothing else that's going to rock the world. Um, I mean, in my opinion, what I'm looking at right now is PayPal is down. That's going to be big over Christmas. Visa's down. That's going to be big over Christmas. Palantir's down. That's going to be big into Q2. Planet Fitness is going to be big into January. Like it's get your tendency here. Beyond is way oversold at 120. Way oversold. And then total dog shit like AMC is just kind of floating. It's like, well, somebody flush it. Yeah, Rocket Mortgages. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of mortgages right now. I do recognize that there is opportunity for mortgages, but I think it comes once we. I don't know people are taking on mortgages right now this second, given the instability in the states where people don't know if we're going into a lockdown, what their jobs are going to look like. For me, I think people are going to wait until we have an affirmative one way or the other. Biden gets inaugurated in January. Great, people start buying mortgages left, right, and center. How they do over the summer, I assume that they did well. But this quarter here, their guidance, I think they just pulled their guidance, right? Who the hell knows with COVID going wild? Let's open up Worldometer here, see what we got. My advice to a beginner investor: learn, read a lot, read as many books as you possibly can. Listen to what people are saying. Don't follow what people are saying, but listen to what people are saying. Um, And once you start listening to what people are saying, start to make your own strategies around what you're hearing and what you're learning. Trade in industries that you're familiar with, that you know, whether you work in those industries or you're a consumer in those industries. Trade in industries that you know. Do a lot of reading, figure out what the terms in the market mean, and make your plays and strategies off of your own strategy. Don't just try to mimic what other people are doing. Do your own thing. I found that hugely successful. The account that I'm trading right now, guys, following this advice, I started the year with 2,200 US, so about 3 grand Canadian in it. As of right now, we are sitting at an account value of 27,000, book cost or market value of 32,000, 31,000. Sorry. So I mean, from 2,200 to 31,000 on the strategy of look, listen, learn, create your own strategy, trade what you know. I don't trade daily yellows. I don't trade daily options. I don't do any of that daily nonsense. I play companies that are profitable that I think have opportunity to grow in the long term. Now that's my opinion. That's not financial advice. That's what I've done. Can those be repeated? Damned if I know. There's probably people out there that have done a hell of a lot better than I have. There's definitely people out there that have done a hell of a lot worse. But I mean, for me, my opinion is learn a lot, and constantly be learning every day. Um, if you want to be a beginner investor that isn't actively trading, just go find a financial advisor and sit down and talk to them. Don't necessarily have to use them, but sit down and talk with them at the very least and get a general understanding of what you're trying to do. Um, so here's the daily cases, guys, on COVID. You'll see that they have not slowed down. 7-day moving average is peaking again. So where we saw this stabilize, it is now spiking again into flu season, which is something that we had expected. Where this gets scary, guys, is hospital shortages were already a thing. Opioid shortages were already a thing. This is just going to get worse and worse as we head into. Yeah, I would never trade on somebody else's analysis. I would trade on my own. I watch others and how they analyze things to get an understanding for what they're doing, but I never just go in on their analysis. There's a couple of people out there that I greatly appreciate their insight. Warren Buffett, Michael Burry, Martini, Redemption, Exile, Ura, the guys that hang out and chat with us all day, Stock Guy. Like we're constantly, we're all very different traders, but just watching how they analyze stocks and how they play them and their thoughts on them, just understanding what they're doing helps you to expand your understanding and your strategy as well. And so, I mean, for me, I would never take a play just because somebody else likes it or somebody else is doing it. It would have to fit inside uh, my own strategy for sure. Biggest problem was that I always didn't take profit and was a lot greedy about more profits. Yeah, I mean, greed will kill you. Greed will kill you every time. Um, Greed will kill you every time. If you don't lock in gains and they just disappear from you, like that's the thing. Okay, so space is back up. ETM has done nicely for the day. It'd be great if they finished above 2. Mattel's looking solid. Not at all, Robot. Thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. Um, Meds look solid. My Joe, I haven't seen you in a while, man. Yeah, in my mind, Meds is solid into Q2. A lot of medical plays are looking really solid into Q2. So this is big for the Supreme Court and the Affordable Care Act. For people that are watching this, this would be a biosector play for sure. Kavanaugh and Roberts are kind of the middle of the aisle. Hold on, let's see if I can pull this up. Supreme Court political leanings. Okay, so Roberts and Kavanaugh are two that are saying that they're not necessarily for completely striking down the Affordable Care Act. Now, when you're looking at this, guys, remember Ruth Bader Ginsburg is no longer there. So what we actually have is another person over here. So it's a 6-3 split on the ruling of whether or not to strike down Affordable Care Act. If we can assume that Amy Barrett she's the lady that's going to be here. She's very conservative. She's over here with Clarence Thomas for sure. So what's going to happen is if Kavanaugh and Roberts don't want to strike down the entire thing, you'll actually have a 5 to 5 split on it. And unless there's a majority one way or the other, no, that can't work. You can't be 5-5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll have a 5-4 against canceling the entire ACA, which is huge. So Brett Kavanaugh saying that he doesn't necessarily want to cut down the ACA is a huge deal. So it looks like the only thing they're going to do is they're going to invalidate the individual mandate, which requires that people acquire insurance. So what this means is the ACA will stay in place and those that choose to use it can use it, but there will no longer be a federal mandate that you absolutely must have insurance in the States. And that was one of the big issues is how can you tell me that I have to have insurance? The States has never been allowed to dictate what you will and will not buy. So we got the case number here. Here's all the progress on this to date. ETM's on its way to $2. Let's see. Let's see. I'll believe it when it gets there. $1.96. It's definitely a winner on the day. I got my sell order in at 350. It's still relatively low volume. AMC, 33 million volume. Just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know who is propping this piece of garbage up. This thing is bankrupt. They just don't have the money. With no stimulus coming until January, AMC does not have the money to stay afloat. Unless somebody's going to send them a lifeline on the hope that COVID is gone entirely by Q4 or Q3 of next year, who's going to float AMC that long? I can't see it. I cannot see it. Average volume, average volume, average volume. Any outliers here? WBA is a little bit over average. Oh, that's true. ACRX has the conference today. ACB traders jumping over to AMC. I don't know that they would do that, though. That doesn't make sense to me that they would do that. I'm still bullish on Waiter. So with Waiter, I've got a 284 average. Let's pull up Waiter here on the big sheet. I've got a 284 average with a price target of 8 to 10 on a potential buyout, 6 to 8 on actual value of this stock. Okay. For me, I look at this over the last 2 days. It's like, okay, well, they had great earnings. Their earnings were fantastic. Through 6 hurricanes and COVID, their numbers looked great. They came out profitable. Uber Eats comes out with their earnings and they are down $130 billion or $128 billion on their Uber Eats. And people are like, oh, this is fantastic. Look at this pile of dog crap. Meanwhile, Waiter comes out with positive adjusted EBITDA, and people are like, oh, I'm not quite sure about Waiter. They're profitable. They're paying down debts. They're profitable. I like them. Now, my average is 284. So, I mean, you'll see that it moves. Like here's 294, goes all the way up to 350. Here we are again, fell down to 260, 255. Right down here, like 255 area, and now we're back up to 280. For me, it's a long hold until the value is realized on what this thing is. I'm not going anywhere with it. Not going anywhere. Again, guys, anything that you want to see as far as what my holdings are in my portfolios, I do make that publicly available on TipRank, so you guys can head over there and see that. If you're new to the channel, guys, you'll see this May thing. I started trading in January. I entered all of my trades in May that I'd done through the entire year on a single day in May, and completely screwed up my entire TipRanks thing. Instead of going in and entering them one at a time with entry and exit. So I'm glad you're loving it, man. And then ever since then, I'm either even or I beat everybody, or I'm even, or I beat everybody, or I'm even, or I beat everybody. And this has been the cycle that I do. I know that no matter what, it looks like I've got a month where I am entering positions, and I've got a month where positions come into cash. Now, positions have already come into cash in a big way this month, so next month may just be an acquisition month. I'm hoping that it's not just that.
Millennial.
Oh, you guys can't see this. Hello.
So I don't know who that guy was that was asking about like maybe if he should open a Robinhood or something like that earlier. I just saw this alert early from almost 2 hours ago. Investigating. We're experiencing issues with our equities, options, and crypto trading. We are working to resolve this as soon as possible. November 10th, 10:30 EST. Robinhood. Oh God.
Yeah, I'm happy buying my commissions. You know,
Yeah, I don't even pay.
I am perfectly happy paying my commissions, knowing that I'm not going to get fed the biscuit. Bitcoin is 15,300. What is Mara doing today? Oh, it's going to touch it. We're getting a game of just the tip on ETM, man. Just the tip. $2. Here we go.
I didn't even see a jump.
It's got some volume there.
This has to be BS here. Ethics Committee reveals legally ordered we documents have been destroyed. Hashtag Trudeau corruption.
What is this?
Supposedly the we documents, the we charity documents have been destroyed by Trudeau. I'm trying to look for a confirmed source.
Oh my God.
That would be a no confidence vote.
That's amazing.
You have an ethics violation and you burned the evidence? Goodbye. You are the weakest link.
Coming out from the Conservative Party's website, so.
Oh, that's a valid source. That's a .gov.
Wow. But your problems are still small in comparison.
In comparison, I would say they're about the same. For us to have that amount of debt with the population of California, like we're in big trouble with that in Canada, especially since there's no sign of oil recovering anytime soon. So we've got no way to pay off that debt. Typically, our country leans on the West to support us in times of trouble, but we completely destroyed our Western economy through Trump and through green energy and through the NDP government provincially there. Oh, we did it. We touched 2.
Well,
yeah,
all the jobs created by the Green New Deal are coming, so.
No, they're not. Pot also did not create the jobs that they thought. They thought pot was going to be this massive $100 billion industry, and currently 70% of the market is still buying off the black market. They're not buying from the government. Only reason I buy from the government is because the government pays for mine. Like, otherwise I'd be growing it in my backyard.
Wow, see, he's trying to cover this, quote unquote, cover this by saying Liberal MP out of caucus after employing sisters for years of using public funds. He hired her sister using public funds.
There's all kinds of stuff like that. Your brother's friend you hire and give him a job for 50 grand a year to do whatever the hell he wants. There's all kinds of stuff like that. That's just typical government nonsense. That's not blowing the doors off for me. But that the president's complicit in an ethics violation and then destroys the evidence, that's a bigger deal.
Where's the Tanganyika? What the hell territory? From Africa or the Middle East? From Africa. Okay.
What kind of seller are we seeing at 2 here? Something seems to want to try to stop it.
Yeah. Thanks. Surprise, fucking surprise. 203, 208. I mean, 210 is where they're actually probably going to start defending it at. And then if we break above that, then it's 250. If we can, punch above all that in one clean swoop and close above 250, we should be pretty good.
It just needs the momentum behind it. I mean, it's not a bad day for them to get some momentum behind them, right? With
post-election woes and yeah.
Well, nothing else is doing anything, right? Like, oh, this has positive movement on the day, and it's got good news of a partnership that's going to produce more money for them down the road. Like, that's two big deals for them in 2 weeks, right? Like FanDuel and this gaming thing back to back on top of good earnings.
Oh my god, this is hilarious. A Toronto MP this is the same woman. A Toronto MP is leaving the Liberal caucus after CBC News of all people. She's a scapegoat, but found that she had employed her sister in her constituency office for years using public funds, a violation of parliamentary rules. Yasmin Ratsani announced her departure late Monday on Facebook. I made an error in judgment by employing my sister in my constituency office, and I have immediately remedied the situation. But this does not excuse the error I made. Ratsani said she will continue sitting as an independent representing her constituents in Don Valley East, and we will await guidance from the ethics commissioner, which,
Yeah, I mean, no teeth, right?
So about that thing you said, we're a meritocracy. I mean, to whom?
Well, for immigration, we're in it. Yeah, so I mean, let's qualify that. We're a meritocracy for the purpose of immigration.
Funny, oh wow, this is hilarious. A backbencher is a trained accountant and became the first Muslim woman to be elected to the House of Commons in 2004. Yay, immigration, I guess. It's weird. I've always seen these arguments about like how you're saying, oh, communism is a parasite that destroys capitalism, which is, I mean, for the most part, true. But what destroys communism? That's my question. Military power or authoritarianism?
Communism is authoritarianism, yeah. Well, dictatorship, sure. There isn't. I mean, we say communism. There is no communism. We have socialism. We have communist dictatorships, but there's no communism. There's no government that is a communist government. It doesn't exist. The easiest way to show that there's no communist government globally, name countries that people would consider communist. Cuba, China, Russia, right? Who's the head of their government? There's leaders for each country, right? Castro, Putin, Winnie the Pooh, right?
Mm-hmm.
A communist government, a truly communist government, doesn't have a leader. They've handed autonomy of the system back over to the people, and the people mandate it themselves. There is no appointed leader.
People are really bad at managing anything.
Well, that's just it. And that was one of the funny things with wasn't Borat, what was it called with Sacha Baron Cohen? Is it The Dictator?
Yeah.
See, that one is really funny because the speech at the end of The Dictator nails it so well. Where he goes off on the rant of like, I don't understand why you hate dictatorship. It's so wonderful. In a dictatorship, you can just arrest people for no reason. You can kill them if you want to and they're a problem. You can tell people that they don't need to listen to the press because the press are wrong and they don't know anything. You can essentially do whatever you want if you have enough money. You're the one in charge. You make all of the decisions while all of the little people have to do whatever you say. And it's like the whole room is awkward because he's essentially describing the United States. And it's this beautiful tie of like, both sides of the coin think they're different, and while there are minor differences, you're getting very similar results from both.
Look at this. So multiple sources says that Ratasani or whatever employed her sister from 2005 to 2011, then hired her again in 2017. But that time, said sources, Ratsani and Katri told staff to just call her sister Jenny rather than her real name.
Nabu, anarchy is there are no rules. There is no system of government and there are no rules. With communism, it's the opposite. There are all kinds of rules regarding equality, that no person should have more than the other. Workers do their own thing. Each job is considered equal, but there is no government. There's no elitism. There are no classes. There are all kinds of rules in communism, but those rules are part of an established system, and everybody has agreed to abide by the system in a communist society. So in anarchy, there are no rules. You just do whatever the hell you want. And good luck to anybody that tries to stop you. Power is authority. Whereas with communism, there's all kinds of rules, and the idea is that community enforces the rule and the system. All equal at 0. What's up, 2 mil? Actually, what I'm waiting on here is I'm waiting for ETM to break above $2 and make me tendies, but there's the big red dong of rejection. Is Mara earnings today? Let's check and see. I suppose I should know that one, given that I've got a stake in it, right? I stand corrected. Slotus is right. I was talking about nihilism, not anarchism. Anarchism. Nihilism is no rules, no nothing. Nihilism is what I was describing on the one side. The more you know. Is everybody learning today? I'm glad. I think guns, ammo, and defense stocks are all going to do quite well, irregardless of who wins this thing. Irregardless of what the final result is in January on the inauguration, expect protests and riots to continue. It does not change COVID. It does not change lockdown, anti-sentiment. It does not change the Black rights or Black Lives Matter movement. All of those things are still transpiring. Just because Biden is now president does not mean that all of the issues with Black Lives Matter just go away. That's not how that works. I mean, Biden was in office during the original Black Lives Matter movement, right? Like back in the 60s and 70s through segregation, Biden was around. He's been around that long. This is not his first rodeo, you know what I mean? Mara earnings are this is saying they're estimating the 13th. Let's see if we can go to the website and determine if they have a list date for their earnings. They don't have any earnings information here. Last quarterly earnings were in August. There's gonna be unrest on both sides. It doesn't matter. It does not matter who takes the office. There would have been civil unrest on both sides, which is part of the issue. And that's another one of the issues with the narrative, where the press has all of a sudden with Biden said that, oh, it looks peaceable. Biden's calling for him to be a president of all of the U.S. and people are starting to get along and get together and they're nice. It's great for those headlines, but it's just not the way that it is. There are people that are, for all intents and purposes, as hard to the right as there are people that are hard to the left. There are people that despise Biden as much as most of the Democrats despise Trump. That's just the thing. The animosity of the two-party system in the States is ludicrous. It is absolutely ludicrous. It causes so much division. Just go ahead and add two more parties and watch people lose their mind of like, well, what am I? Do 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 do. Okay, ACRX 2 p.m. is this call. Doesn't really make sense for me to log off and then log back on at 2 p.m. So I'll probably just stick around with you guys. I'm gonna go grab coffee and water though, and I will be right back. So discuss among yourselves the market. I'll leave you open with the SPY and I'll be right back. We can break down some tickers. We can look at some stuff. This ACRX meeting by Credit Suisse is very, very interesting, given Credit Suisse is the biggest bear on the stock right now. I'm very interested that they have invited ACRX to speak at their healthcare conference. Doesn't really make sense to me, but I'm excited to see what happens there. Waiter, 284. I'm back to my entry. All about that. Buyout news would be fantastic. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, I mean, at some point, guys, investors are going to wake up. They're going to read this stuff and they're going to figure it out. Hmm. I mean, I'm a Canadian, so I can't really. I guess I can't feasibly weigh in on this, but I am more conservative leaning without a doubt. It's going to be a mess, and that's what I'm counting on. Actually, is that it's just going to be a mess. I need to find a towel or something to try to open this. I mean, Cars is doing well today. I'm pretty happy with that. I've got my Cars 1250 calls. So my options portfolio is down about 3.5% today, which is okay. That's not terrible. I don't see anything for here in regards to Mara on IB. Their earnings are due soon. What's up, Smash Ice? Trying to find the earnings for Mara right now. Maybe Earnings Whisper would have it. This is saying November 23rd. Yahoo Finance. I don't see it on. I don't see it on Yahoo Finance. How many hashes does it take to mine a Bitcoin? Let's do some Bitcoin learning. Okay, so 2.7 quadrillion hashes create a Bitcoin. Okay. Mara So currently it's costing Mara about $7,500 for Bitcoin. So they're about 50-50. So to get a $15,000 Bitcoin, it costs them $7,500. But they're going to be able to lower that price to $4,600 as of Q2, which is a big deal because it just taxed 25% on, and this thing has a huge opportunity to run. So So 1.265 exahash a second. How big is an exahash? Okay, so this is thousands, millions, thousand millions, million millions, million million millions. So 74 quintillion hashes per second is written as 74 EH a second. Help me. Help me, math. Help me, math. Freaking Bitcoin. 10 to the power of 18 is an exa. Okay. Yeah, million, 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 million. Okay. 18 million. No. 10 to the power of 18. Okay. Okay, and this is saying the center will be able to it's not Bitcoin itself is becoming more affordable. It's that yeah, it's Bitcoin is limited, and the math problems get harder and harder to solve. The reason why their pricing is coming down is because they purchased 10,000 more machines to do this. Yeah, it's very unlikely. Logor Hunter, what's up? It's very unlikely that the average person is going to have upwards of 1,200 mining machines. In order for them to see that kind of price drop in mining Bitcoin, they had to acquire 10,000 more machines. What I'm just trying to figure out is if they can produce 1.265 exahashes a second, what does that equate to in a day of mining? So here's that section of like, doesn't it just get flooded at some point? Well, Bitcoin is programmed by design to mine a block about every 10 minutes. It maintains this rate of production by adjusting the mining difficulty in line with the overall hash rate of the network. They would definitely run 24 hours a day. I just need to know in general, how many Bitcoins are produced Bitcoins produced per exahash? Okay, so this is saying that the entire Bitcoin networks, so everybody farming it, has a hash rate of 119 exahashes a second. Okay, so that's the entire world mining Bitcoin. These guys here are going to have an exahash of 1.265. So they will be 1/100th of the entire Bitcoin network's mining. Maybe not exactly in 100th, but pretty damn close to. Actually, yeah, it would be in 100th because it's 1.2. So they would be 1/100th of the total Bitcoin production in the world. This is speaking specifically to their Bitcoin mining. 1.265 exahash. Yeah, they're 1% of the overall Bitcoin mining in the world. Yeah, so Beowulf and Mara are two different things, right? So Beowulf is a part of it for sure. Beowulf is definitely a part of it on this agreement, but it's not. They're paired with Beowulf. They mine 9 Bitcoins a day, right? So if we look at that, they're going to go to 9 Bitcoins a day from. And they don't stop. They go all year round, right? So let's go to the calculator here. Calculator. All right, so 9 Bitcoins a day by 365, right? And let's say it's 15,300 right now. Okay, so that would put them at 50 million a year. Right? $50 million a year they make on Bitcoin mining. That's if it stays at the current valuation. What did their last earnings have them come in at? Well, they're printing money, but also they're reducing their costs as well, right? So that's the total value of Bitcoin but then that's not the entirety of the math, right? So that's what they pull in per year. So I'm just going to add a sheet. Bitcoinage. Okay, so we were saying that they produce 9 a day. I'll call this CPD. Okay, so this is their coins per day. I want to know their total exahash production. Annual value. Cost of production. And then revenue. Okay. So what we're saying is it's 9 coins a day based off of 1.25 or 23 exahash a second. Annual value of this we're estimating is equals to this times 365 times BTC USD equals to Google. Is that not it? I thought that was the command. What's the command, dagnabbit? Equals Google Finance and then the cell. Okay, so NA. Anybody know the ticker that I can use in this to make that work? Where I can get a price for Google Bitcoin or Bitcoin on Google Finance? Yeah, that works. Okay, great. So we've got that. It's all good. So we've got that. That's that. That's that. This is going to be equal to this times this times this times this. That gives us the annual value. What do you mean it's wrong? Tell me that's wrong. J-O. Still saying it's wrong. You're full of crap. There we go. In dollars, please. So there's the value. Cost of production is equal to this times 365 times 7,500. That was the estimated cost per Bitcoin that they are currently operating on. So this would be equal to this minus this. That would be the revenue. Now, all of this stays the same, except the cost of production changes to, what did I do here? No, it's not one. Equals to this times 365 times, what did they say that they would reduce it to? they would go from a cost of production of, where was that number? 7,500 to 4,600. Okay, so to 4,600. And then this is equal to this. No, this is equal to this minus this. Okay, so what we are seeing here, guys, is this upgrade is going to take them on the annual to 35 million in revenue. That's another 10 million bucks. That's if this stays at 15,000. Now, there are those that are projecting that this goes to a high of 20,000 per coin, in which case they're making 50 million. Now, let's say it doesn't go to 20,000, right? Let's say it goes instead to oh, the article said 4,600. From approximately 7,500 to 4,600. $20K is the hard cap. Okay, so let's say 16,000 is more reasonable for a number, okay? Even still, at that, they're making 37 million a year as of March, right? As of March. That's not too shabby, right? So what was their last earnings? Mara's last earnings. No, that's revenue. They still have operational costs that need to come off of that. Okay, so the current assets are about 50. This is in thousands? No, this is in millions. Okay. So they currently have $5.8 million in assets. They're counting their property and equipment as an asset as well. So their total assets is 10 million, 11 million bucks. Their liabilities is about $1 million bucks. Okay. So in a quarter right now, their cryptocurrency mining revenue is 286. Is it in thousands? No, this is in millions, right? Yeah, because this is millions. This is not in thousands. So they make right now, that can't be right. Really? That's all they make is 286,000? Anybody see here if this says that this is in thousands or millions? It can't be millions because they don't have billions of dollars of assets. So this has to be thousands. So they only mined $286,000 worth of Bitcoin in this quarter. Okay, so 8.8 million is their quarterly. Okay, I don't care about that. 8.8 million is their quarterly, which is an increase of this divided by. Where'd that go? Where was their filing? Okay, 286,000. This is not dollars. I want this in percent. It'd be a 3,000% increase as of Q2. So, in regards to Mara, Yeah, so in my mind, guys, Mara right now has a market cap of 111 million, 112 million. They will be creating, well, I guess it's not really what I want. What I want is their total revenue for the year, right? I Apple's thing is going live. Apple's not really a big deal to me. That's just their max. They're going live with their max. Apple will go up. If we look at Apple right now, it'll go up into the initial announcement and then fall right afterwards, right? Here, we don't need to even pull up the. We don't even need to pull up the event. So Apple, this is Apple buying up on the day into the event. Watch this fall back down to, I'm going to say here. Well, somewhere around there. Somewhere around that line. They'll make the announcement and then people will sell. They're making the chip apparently. I do have to. I'll leave this up here so we can watch and see what's going on. But Riot is another one. Yeah, Riot is another one. But Mara is my pick out of the two.
Apple event.
Yeah, I already drew my line.
What do you mean, do your line? Are you gonna stream it?
No, I'm not going to stream the event. Instead, I'm going to stream the chart because I just told people that I didn't need to watch the event because the event's just talking about their max, and then it's just going to fall afterwards. So I drew a line to where I think it's going to fall to as soon as the event announcement happens.
Okay. Well, fine. If you're gonna be a bore, then I'll go into content creating. Nah, boo boo.
I can dip. I can get out of here if people want to do the Apple thing with you. I can leave. Y'all love y'all love your Apple. I'm happy to go elsewhere. I'll go elsewhere. Okay, so here it is. Here's the hype. The event's getting started. They're showing off their Apple product. Like, ooh, Apple, yay! Oh man, you guys kill me. You guys just kill me with this spam stuff. If you could kindly just go away, please. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, so here it is, the hype. The hype, right? Everybody's, oh, I'm so excited for Apple. I love colors. I love when things are overpriced and underdeveloped and they come in multiple colors. Let's buy some Apple. Everybody buy an Apple product. Yeah, the Home Mini is announced. The new AirPod is announced. The Google Watch, the Google phone, or the Apple phone, the Apple Watch, the Apple this, the Apple that. This is the Max. This is the computer with their own processors. And so what you're going to see is this initial hype. Phones that bend. I know that there are phones out there that have done this thing with the bending phone. In my mind, it's just like, I don't often fold my phone. I don't know why we need foldable phones. I'm an Adobe man anyway, Smash. I don't use Final Cut. I am a Premiere boy through and through. Yeah, my 2080 does just fine, so I'm able to do what I want. I am trying to find this ACRX call though. It's at 2 p.m. Eastern, so it's in less than an hour here. I found it. I got the link. No, no, no. I don't want the Apple event. I don't want the Apple event. I'm looking for the ACRX event. They're speaking at a Credit Suisse health event. What is this thing called? Credit Suisse's 29th annual virtual healthcare conference. The reason why this is of interest to me is because currently Credit Suisse are the biggest bears on ACRX. So that they've invited ACRX to speak at their conference is very interesting to me. So again, guys, so we started watching here, right? And there's the hype. And now we're actually watching the news. Let's see where it goes here. Every event so far has been like this. It buys up, and we go back down. ETM's creeping on that 11% again. Yeah, and they had that same criticism on their last presentation as well of like, it's great that you're saying that this is 10 times faster or 100 times faster, but what are the actual numbers? What are the actual specs? How far does it fall? Yeah, definitely with Waiter for me that is. Oh, send me the link to that, people. I want to read that. That's hilarious. So all he did was type out the earnings call on this article. See, this is ridiculous to me because they don't actually. He just typed up exactly what happened on the earnings call, but then doesn't actually give his insights. It is not the same guy as ACRX. It is not Evan Seigerman. It is Evan Nui, who's a CFA. He's an accountant. Yeah, I mean the it's of little to no value when all you do is type up exactly what was in the SEC filing. Here's exactly what it said. Great. What are your insights into the stock based off of that? Evan! Maybe that needs to be my next meme or my next emote is an Evan emote. Evan! The name is cursed. The name curses me. Therein lies the problem. So Apple, no shocker, is doing exactly what we expected it to do here, guys. No shocker. No big surprise on this one for me. If you got in at beyond at 108, good for you. It's up to 125. Nice little run today. ETM was up that solid 11% today. Digging that. Let's see. Does it fall? Will it come back down to Millennials line? I'm going to use the washroom here. I'll be right back. I'll fall again. We go again. We go again. Do we go again? I wonder, do we go again? Go get a new book. Yeah, I mean, like this is just about what I was expecting here. I just want to see if it'll actually come down the line, but we got a half hour here until ACRX. Just seeing if there's any relevant, pertinent news that I need to be aware of. ACRX has an event. I'm not sure if it's just going to be the same sales call that they typically do, or if it's going to be something different. But they do have an event at 2 Eastern. So you're watching.
It's the fucking colors. I just wanted to troll you.
How many colors did you get? Sound like a legit call from your bank? Didn't think so. I'm learning Mandarin. I don't currently speak it, no. I am learning it. Yeah, that's WPRT making me aware. Yikes. He didn't really say that, did he? No. He didn't say that, did he? Not like this. I don't see anything here saying that. Mm-hmm. No, too small. I don't see anything here stating that. It was a Fox interview. Pompeo, smooth transition. No, that's 3 books in one. Get a big book. Go. Now, I'm not taking this as a very qualified source. Okay, so that's a one-off. I want to see the actual video.
There will be a smooth transition to a second Trump administration. All right, we're ready. The world is watching what's taking place here. We're going to count all the votes. When the process is complete, there'll be electors selected. There's a process. The Constitution lays it out pretty clearly. The world should have every confidence that the transition necessary to make sure that the State Department is functional today, successful today, and successful with the president who's in office on January 20th, mid-afternoon, will also be successful. I went through a transition on the front, and
All right. Well, that's fairly qualified. That's fairly clear and consistent. That's not enough to move the market at all, though, I don't think. Little meow meow, little dead cat bounce here on Apple. Is the market bleeding off again? Let's see. It does appear to be doing that, yeah. Apparently that video's from today. Okay, I is back.
We're still watching it, so
Are they still winning?
they're so winning.
Yeah, is Apple winning?
They just Willie mazed an Apple event.
Yeah. Like swing
One
and a
more thing.
swing and a miss?
That's not all.
Swing and a miss?
I don't know. I think this is
You mean
really
Billy
good
Mays?
for them.
Wait, you keep saying Willie Mays. Do you mean Billy Mays?
Type in my chat. Can't hear them.
Oh, please go and strike for me.
Just the tip. I drew my line. I just want the tip to touch.
Type! Motherfuckers.
Meow. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's all over Twitter now. Hooray! Exactly what we needed was a little rage. No, I didn't average down. I held. I haven't done anything with it. I've just held. What can I do for you? You're reading. You shouldn't be writing. You should be reading. Yeah, man. Everything I saw on the waiter earnings was solid. There's nothing that I saw that has me inclined to sell. I think that they just continue to go up. The market hates you today. I know that feeling, brother. I know that feeling. Market hates everybody. Internet's raging over 538. I don't see rage on Pompeo, though. Oh, there it is. Not seeing a ton about it. There was one tweet in the feed so far about it. It doesn't look like people are really raging on that news from Pompeo. Mm. Here's the pattern on the futures for the SPY. That's hilarious. Wrong screen. Hold up. It makes a big old middle figure pattern right there. Oh, Apple's buying back up. It's buying back up. More colors. Oh, yeah. Who wants just red and green when you can have more colors? Apple McSnapple. Mm-hmm. 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 Look at Waiter today. Look at this thing. Up to 3, back down to 250. Up to 280, back down to 266. Like it. Out of here. Get out of here. Wrong screen. Look, look. Up to here, down to here. Up to here, down to here. I wonder where we're going to finish for the day. Just crazy. Just crazy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ooh, can't stock this. Da-na-na-na. Can't stock this. All right. So Pompeo thing doesn't look like it's blowing anything up. Let's go to Yahoo Finance, see if they have any news. Magna. No airline orders at Boeing for 2 months straight. JC Penney out of bankruptcy. Andrew Yang will run for office again. Apple's making a run for it. Okay, we got about 15 minutes here until the ACRX calls. Getting pretty pumped for it. I know for those of you that have been in the long haul today, this is a much longer stream than usual, but I did want to do WPRT earnings, and I do want to do the ACRX event. If it's the same ACRX slideshow presentation that we've seen before, we'll just cut bait and run. Otherwise, we're gonna lurk and watch. Okay, so I will be right back. 2 seconds. A Pompeo attempted coup. Yeah, I mean, you and I are never going to agree on the Electoral College 4C. Never, ever, ever. I absolutely think that the Electoral College has a place in the states. My biggest issue with the politics in the states is that you guys have two parties. You should have at least three, if not four parties, and that will solve a lot of your problems. Split from this two-party system ASAP. The Electoral College just makes it so that New York and California don't get to tell the rest of the country what to do. I'm always going to be a fan. I'm all about there being more than two parties, though. I'm definitely on board with that. And I think that you've got a wide enough spread in the states that if you look at it, you got a guy like Bernie and a guy like Andrew Yang. They're at very different points of the spectrum, right? And then you've got a guy like take a guy like Mitt Romney and a guy like Trump. Those are two very different ends of the spectrum on the right. But as far as the Electoral College goes, I don't think that that's the problem. The Electoral College gives every state a say in who becomes the president, and I think that that's the original design of it, and I think it serves that function. This is interesting. The thaw of the third pole. China's glaciers are in retreat. Ooh, there's a scary picture. Yeah, I think most people not from the States are really confused why there's only two candidates, but yeah. Oh, she's already yelling at China. Nobody who's actually concerned about the environment is oblivious to China's role in it. Um, I'd be okay with that if you went to a four-party system instead of a two-party system. Destiny Vex, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. We are about to get into the ACRX call, guys. About 10 minutes here till we get started. Credit Suisse, ACRX. Pretty pumped for that. I'm in. I'm glad we solved the problem for C. Now we can just get them all to listen. Ranked choice voting, I'm a big fan of as well. Ooh, Apple bought all the way back up. It's back up to 117. It dipped down to 116 and then back up to 117. Man, oh man, oh man. What a day, what a day, what a day. Do we actually see something? So this is Biden still saying he's going after Section 230, but he's going after it for a different reason. So Trump's going after it as far as being biased to one side or another. EU files antitrust against Amazon over use of data. Yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. That's huge. That's huge. Huge. See, Jack, what's up, man? Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. What's Jim Cramer got to say on the day? What's he talking about? Please buy Apple because of 5G and new phones, not on what you have just seen. Kramer's insight on the Apple event is meh. That's too funny. Too funny. That's the right thought. Right there. This guy here. Fear and time. Fear and time. Come on, ACRX. Let's get going here. Almost there, guys. Almost there. Couple more minutes, and then we are ready to roll. Not seeing anything. I can close this stuff down. Nope. Nope. That's in like 1 minute. With ETM, I'm in ETM until January. I'm in ETM until January. That's me, though. I mean, do you for sure, man. I don't know what your capital is. I don't know what your strategy is. I don't know what you think about the DD. Yeah, Saki, if it's the same presentation, I'll cut bait on it pretty quick. But if it looks like they've got some new stuff, the thing that is attracting me here is that Credit Suisse is the bear on the stock, right? As far as analyst goes. So yeah, I mean, if you've got nothing but all the time in the world, man, I mean, it's up to you for sure. But yeah, this is Seigerman's firm, so that's kind of what's interested. So if Credit Suisse moves out of the way on its analysis, there are no bears anymore. EP Rosenman, thanks for the follow, much appreciated. Yeah, if Credit Suisse moves out of the way on ACRX, there are no more bears. Let's go to TipRex here. I'll show you. Evan Steigerman's the only sell, 84 cents. These other guys, 975. Well, he's telling you what they want to pay for it, right? Credit Suisse wants to pay 84 cents for it. If anything, they're pissed off that this is not going down. And they are pissed off that more and more analysts keep coming on this thing and driving this estimate up. They're not a big fan of that, right? Like they're essentially telling everybody else to take a hike, get off this. We're the big boys. We're saying that this is the way that it is, and people are just kind of ignoring it. This is New York saying we are going back into lockdown. This could be good news. We are going to watch the conference. It is here.
You will not find our products in your local Rite Aid, CVS, or Walgreens, but only at the institution where it is administered. So a clear difference versus how people may traditionally think about pain management for the moderate to severe scope. Now, our portfolio consists of multiple products with 2 that have regulatory approval. All the products share the sublingual sufentanil platform. The first and primary focus of our presentation today in particular is the Suvia, a 30 microgram sublingual sufentanil tablet in a single dose applicator that's always administered by the healthcare practitioner. It is indicated for moderate severe acute pain, always under medical supervision. It is approved and launched in the US and approved in Europe with partnering discussions currently in progress. Our second product is Zalviso, same common platform of sublingual sufentanil tablet, this time at half the dose of the Suvia, 15 micrograms, housed in a pre-programmed, handheld, patient-controlled analgesia device. This product for the US is NDA ready as we await some further guidelines from the FDA on opioid approvals moving forward, and it is already approved and being marketed in the EU. We have a couple of pipeline products through phase 2. Yeah. Well, is the presentation sharing?
It is not.
Okay, let me just be sure.
I think you need to launch the presentation in Word and then share your screen.
Yeah, we'll share again. It was sharing before.
I can turn it up.
I'm not sure why it's not sharing now as it was before. Let's try again. How about now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Back up. Great. Apologize for this technical difficulties. We also have a couple of pipeline products through phase 2 that share the sublingual sufentanil platform, but are sidelined as we've begun our commercialization of the Suvia, but maybe partnering opportunities in the future. That's ARX-02, sublingual sufentanil tablet for cancer breakthrough pain, and ARX-03, a combination product of sublingual sufentanil tablet and triazolam in a single dose applicator for moderate sedation and pain.
So that's interesting. They've got 2 new designations in phase 2.
Our sublingual sufentanil platform brings you back to Dr. Palmer, our founder, our chief medical officer, and a trained anesthesiologist from Stanford Medical School, who, while working at UCSF in practice, was often called as an expert witness in wrongful death situations involving IV opioid overdoses. And what she found was that the most common reason for these IV opioid overdoses were human error. As a matter of fact, in 2005, opioids were the second most frequent drug class medication errors within the acute hospital setting. And unfortunately, that ranking hasn't changed even until today. And why is that? Well, IV opioids are all clear liquids in glass vials. Because of that, it's easy for the healthcare practitioner, whether it's the doctor, the nurse, the anesthesiologist, to accidentally pick the wrong
this is not good, guys. He should know this. These talking points, this is his bread and butter. This is what he does for a living. Like, you should have these talking points memorized. I could do this presentation.
So the goal for Dr. Palmer
I've seen it so often.
A unique solid dosage form to eliminate these errors.
I could give this presentation.
And in addition, she wanted to address the clinical shortcomings of the IV opioids. And what are those clinical shortcomings? Well, everyone's heard of IV morphine on the left side of your screen. The challenge with IV morphine is the very slow blood-to-brain equilibration. Simply put, if it's in the vein, it's not necessarily in the brain, given the analgesic effect. And as a result, it tempts healthcare practitioners to push the dose, get a faster onset of action, which causes oftentimes dose stacking, which puts you into the amount of drug that may cause respiratory depression and fatal side effects.
Yep,
morphine
you're right,
also
Jigsaw.
active metabolites that even when you're done dosing, hang around and cause delayed adverse events later on. So that's the challenge with morphine. And the opposite side of the coin are the drugs IV fentanyl and IV sufentanil. And they have a very fast blood-to-brain equilibration within 6 minutes.
So just so I can break down what this guy's saying for everybody here. On the left, I'm going to mute him while he's
15 to
talking.
20 minutes.
Yeah. On the left, he's saying they don't kick in quick, but they work. Or on the right, they kick in quick, but they don't last. So you have long and lasts, or quick and doesn't last. That's the problem they're trying to solve.
has a very high therapeutic index. Simply put, in animals, that's a lethal dose that kills 50% of the animals divided by the effective dose that provides analgesia in 50% of the animals. I think the biggest takeaway in that is safety. What is its relative range of safety relative to the molecule itself? And very high, the highest of the opioids. And the second set of attributes was that sufentanil is the most lipophilic and non-ionized opioid. And that is important because that lends itself to characteristics for sublingual administration. So with sufentanil as the molecule moving forward and creating a solid dosage form.
So because of the way sufentanil works, guys, because it's so strong as an opioid, if you reduce the dosage to a smaller dosage, it hits quick. You can use it on the tongue. It'll dissolve. It hits. It's in the bloodstream because of the strength of the opioid.
So they don't separate. Long story short is sufentanil in the sublingual tablet form crosses the threshold for analgesia within 15 minutes, solves morphine, stays above the analgesic threshold for 3 to 4 hours, solves the fentanyl, IV sufentanil issue. And the third key aspect of this is it has a blended Cmax, a blended maximum concentration. That's important in that it keeps you out of the respiratory depression zone. As a matter of fact, through all of our clinical trials, there's been no requirement for naloxone use to reverse it for those severe side effects. So this triad of fast onset, nice duration of blended Cmax really created this unique PK profile that you cannot find with any other opioid, whether it's IV or oral in nature. So the foundation of the company is the sufentanil sublingual tablet. They have unique properties. They're a very small size. They dissolve in minutes.
This is a new presentation. This is not the same
presentation. Even though they dissolve in
presentation.
minutes, they have a duration up to about 3 to 4 hours, an analgesic effect with one dose. They're made small to minimize saliva production so that you don't risk swallowing, and they have a bioadhesive to actually keep the pill under the tongue. But most important of all these attributes are the bottom two. And really sufentanil in particular for drug safety. It's used because of its high therapeutic index with no active metabolites. And finally, its discrete dosing unit is designed to reduce these dosing errors that Dr. Palmer was witnessing over the many years and mitigate the risk of diversion associated with clear liquids where they can often be substituted with saline, etc. So this pill and its accompanying safety and PK profile really caught the attention of the Department of Defense as the analgesics being used in the field of battle had
Yeah, that's just it. This is to investors,
and as
right?
a result of that, the Department of Defense partnered with Accelerex to invest $22 million into the development of this pill into what you see today as a full drug device combination called Desuvia on the far left. It was developed with attention to diversion issues. It circumvents, again, the potential for clear liquid substitution or diversion of unused doses simply because there are no unused doses. There's no partial doses. It's either used completely or not at all. It's got a non-retractable plunger that mitigates against refilling with a substitute tablet. It's got tamper-evident packaging, and again, there's no controlled substance wastage.
So this
has been a banner year, a milestone.
That dispenser, guys, is crucial. That's how they got their FDA approval, because the FDA was worried that if you just sent a bag of pills, that could easily go missing. So they created that device, that plunger, that's non-refillable, a single-use applicator, and that's how they got their FDA approval.
Efficacy data from our pivotal SAP 301 trial. This trial efficacy was based on pain intensity difference from baseline. So the higher, the better. And the top gold line here is the sublingual fentanyl tablet or Desuvia in a 30 microgram dose. The bottom line is placebo. And you can see within 15 minutes, a separation from placebo, statistically significant in efficacy variance. And that duration maintained itself in difference over time until rescue therapies were given for the placebo patients. In this same trial, we saw a relatively benign adverse event profile versus placebo, especially for an opioid. This data is also in our label. It shows those adverse events that are both greater than 2% in occurrence and greater than placebo, of which there were only 5. And you can see whether it's nausea, headache, vomiting, dizziness, or hypotension, very close and difficult to separate from placebo, which is a positive from an AE perspective. So we would put this adverse event profile against any in the opioid class. But I think what is even more telling,
they need to get a chart
regarding
showing
the
morphine
AE
versus
profile are the results from a
fentanyl.
separate trial, or SAP 302 trial, or emergency room trial that was mandated to be conducted by the Department of Defense. And in this ER trial, where patient AEs are not clouded by other issues in the perioperative environment like anesthesia, gases, etc., you can see an even better profile of the adverse event circumstances, where they're all in single digits and relatively low. And beyond this, in what is resonating most in the marketplace is in that same ER trial, the DoD asked us to conduct a cognitive impairment assessment, as they had historical issues with the traditional opioids like morphine, fentanyl, and other agents like ketamine that were clouding over the soldiers' minds when they were conducting their duties. And obviously you can't.
So why this is so big for the Department of Defense is they were giving people fentanyl and morphine, and it leaves them in a haze. They're not able to be functional. They're not able to leave and get back into the battlefield, which is the idea for field medics, right? You want to be able to treat them with pain meds, and then they can get up and they can go and they go back and they do their job, right? Well, with fentanyl and morphine, they were coming out hazy and woozy and kind of out of it. This is what we see instead.
Had no cognitive impairment.
Vince Angotti is the CEO of ACRX.
Service. Importantly for the civilian world, when you're looking at age factors, the elderly, the potential challenges in the PACU, et cetera, you can see no difference as the age escalates as well, whether they're greater than 50, 60, or 70 years of age. And we hear this all the time in the real world from PACU nurses who have experience with dysuvia, that they can pick the dysuvia patients out in the PACU based on the clarity of the patient in that post-op environment. So that's a real difference maker for dysuvia, likely because we believe of the limited Cmax concentration in the blood.
So this is the money right here.
Now, beyond the registration trials, we've got some very exciting recent data in August 2020 publication in the Journal of Clinical Anesthesia and Pain Management that demonstrated the reduced opioid use in time in the PACU when administering dysuvia preoperatively. This study was conducted by Drs. Restream, a general and trauma surgeon, and Dr. Wolf, an anesthesiologist, both from UHS in upstate New York. The study was prospective use of dysuvia when dosed preoperatively versus historical controls. And in these historical controls, they were sure to match them for patient demographics, whether it be age, gender, race, similar surgeries, same surgeon used in all the cases, so technique didn't play a factor, et cetera. And various endpoints were studied. Importantly,
what he's saying is the sample groups were the same. I don't know why
on the left side of your screen, you can see that when dysuvia is dosed preoperatively, based off of that pharmacokinetic profile, it showed a 50% plus reduction.
Half the opioids being used.
Opioids administered as measured
35% reduction in bedtime.
So a dramatic reduction in overall opioid use. What isn't shown on this is when you isolate it for the PACU and the morphine milligram equivalents used in that particular area was a greater than 80% reduction in opioid morphine milligram equivalents used. And when you're using fewer opioids, and it's counterintuitive, this is the opioid that actually reduced overall opioid utilization based off of its PK profile. When you're reducing overall opioid use, you can expect that likely your PACU discharge time will get enhanced because patients aren't cloudy, snowed over, or words you often hear from the physicians, gorked in the PACU area. And you can see that that was the result. Dysuvia versus the controls had a 34% reduction in phase 1 PACU time when using dysuvia preoperatively. So this creates great efficiency and significant cost savings for the hospital, and particularly when you consider the cost of the time in the PACU, and we'll talk about that in a moment. So again, in this study, dysuvia was the opioid that reduced
at minimum
in the
$8 million a
hospital
year
setting
hospitals can save off of this.
But there are additional impacts that dysuvia had. One measurement was naloxone, again, and for the control group, by the way. No naloxone was required for the dysuvia patients. So again, consistent with the clinical trials and likely result of that blunted Cmax in the plasma. It also had a significant reduction in overall IV acetaminophen use, as well as adrenergic agonist use. And the adrenergic agonists and acetaminophen are costly medications.
This information equates to this dollar value.
Adrenergic agonist use, this really demonstrates the hemodynamic stability of Dasuvia when using it pre-op. So Dasuvia had a profound positive impact on multiple medications and pharmacoeconomics. And we're aware of 2 additional real-world.
If I call up a hospital and I say, hey, how would you like to cut your pain meds in half and shorten your wait times in phase 1 PACU on most surgeries by 35%? How would you like to save $10 million? Want to save $10 million a year?
Perspective to a much more significant degree on efficiency and other more expensive drugs like the IV acetaminophen and the IV ephedrine. So you can see the cost savings on a per patient standpoint. And when you sum that up and look at the faster discharge,
that's a great slide.
When the data suggests it's $7 for every minute of PACU stay, and it increases up to $15 per minute in the event that PACU is not allowing you to get additional surgical time because of the backlog, you can see significant cost savings on a per patient basis from a pharmacoeconomic standpoint. And this was the exciting real world data that we were waiting to see. We had a pretty good idea that it would occur based off of the pharmacokinetic profile, but nice to see it in real practice. So it's really a unique combination of this molecule sufentanil and its sublingual administration that provides this effect.
Literally, your sales team doesn't need that much training. You should be calling up hospitals and saying,
duration,
how would you like to save $10 million a bed?
AE profile, lack of cognitive impairment,
$8 million a bed.
milligram equivalents.
How many beds do you have in your phase 1 PACU?
Final result,
okay, $8 million per bed. That's how much you could save a year. Interested? Yes? No? Yes? Okay, cool.
So really, there's nothing like it on the market. It is a significant mind shift for physicians as they think about a non-invasive drug that provides the rapid onset and equivalence of analgesia to an invasive opioid. It occupies its own space in this non-invasive rapid environment. So when we think about this moving forward, really from a commercial standpoint, Dasuvia has an opportunity to address unmet needs for patients and healthcare providers. When you think about the patient experience, you're no longer tethered to the bed with an IV line in you, and particularly if you might be in the ER, and the lack of cognitive impairment keeps your facilities aware. Very different than the IV administration in challenges with ambulation occurring with.
He's got to get the time down on his presentation.
Ease of use for the healthcare practitioners, whether it's the nurse, the physician, or anyone else.
Yeah, we get it. Finish so that they can ask questions.
Ability to administer within a minute, and no risk of IV infection or infiltration simply because it's non-invasive. And when you look at the systems in particular, whether it's the hospital, their ER, their same-day surgery or ambulatory surgical centers, this should continue to provide efficiency and create a real value proposition moving forward, especially with the backlog of same-day surgery cases or elective surgeries that is built up with COVID over time. Now, from a cost perspective, we've talked about the pharmacoeconomic data, but based on the published data, the cost of an IV administration is not inexpensive. There's variable costs that alone run close to $50, whether it's the cost of the drug, the catheter, the lidocaine, the tubing, the saline bag, et cetera. All the things required to administer the IV opioid, including time. That doesn't include other significant costs, whether it be the HCP allocated time or the equipment allocated time. So at $58.31 as a wholesale acquisition cost, we feel like Dasuvia is very competitively priced. And the commercial market is significant. There's roughly 92 million adult patient visits in medically supervised settings associated with moderate to severe acute pain. Whether it's the ER, the outpatient surgery, the inpatient surgery, et cetera, or many of them are actually increasingly being pushed to the ambulatory surgical center facilities as well.
What did he say? How much?
Massive market.
He said it was like 400 or something,
that would be
right?
Too costly and inefficient for us as AccelerX to build the infrastructure to address in its entirety. So as a result of the size of the market and us being cost conscious until revenues ramp, we've developed a 4-pillar strategy for revenue growth moving forward. Pillars 1 and 2 are important in that they address large markets and large revenue opportunities with minimal AccelerX cash investment, that being the Department of Defense and commercial partnerships and specialty markets. Pillars 3 and 4 are where we will directly invest our dollars in a staged fashion for really the long-term growth of the product and the company. So how are we doing against these particular pillars? And it's important to take each one in their specifics. We mentioned before.
He's going to go over time if he's got a half hour. This is
for us. So for pillar 1,
this is rookie hour.
It's important that the milestone C review with the Army was completed in April of this year. That's 18 months after approval. Finally, the Army conducted their milestone C meeting for a final review of the project, the outcome of the clinical data, the safety profile, and usefulness of Dasuvia moving forward. As a result of that meeting, they gave approval for Dasuvia to be included in all Army sets, kits, and outfits for deployed troops moving forward. We forecasted that for just the stocking of that in the neighborhood of $30 million over 3 years, again, for the initial stocking, not for repeat use of the product. That approval is employed in the new fiscal year for the Army and the military, which started the 4th quarter of this year. So
right, he doesn't sound excited about this. For me, I'd be pumped about this. Like, you gotta bring some life to it, man. I know you've done the presentation 50 times, but this is your job. You gotta come in here, guns firing. Like, I am freaking stoked. We've got a pain med that's gonna fix the Army. It's gonna make it so that soldiers aren't doped up and dying and overdosing in the field. We're coming back with opioid addictions. Like, I can't sit here talking like this, reading from a script.
Or 122,000 units of Dasuvia to study in ER settings to better craft their art around comparing it to their standards of care, whether it's the oral transmucosal fentanyl lollipop, whether it's ketamine, et cetera. So we're excited for their continued investment on it. And in that same month, September, we also were notified that they expanded Dasuvia's access to the Joint Deployment Formulary, which now makes all branches of the military for deployments eligible to receive it. The Army is the one that we have confirmation on automatic packouts for. So we're excited about the advancements we've made with the Department of Defense in Pillar 1 in our revenue strategy. Relative to Pillar 2, the exclusive distribution, we signed an exclusive distribution and promotion agreement with Zimmer Biomet for the dental or oral surgery space. This is important. Again, there's very large markets out there that we can't address that are non-centralized, one in particular being oral and dental surgery, that we would like other pros to be able to penetrate with their current commercial infrastructures and relationships. And Zimmer Biomet is a big one for us. This is a $30+ billion market cap company. They're ranked top 5 in offerings to oral and dental surgery customers.
That's big.
They
Zimmer Biomet is
got a
huge.
sales team of 250+ sales representatives that can address what we estimate as a market of over 7 million surgeries just in that oral and dental surgery market. They just recently completed stage 1 of training for their initial 30-ish sales representatives for a soft launch this quarter, where they're beginning to introduce the concept to their oral and dental surgery customers. We expect over the course of 2020 that expansion to the balance of the 250+ sales representatives. We believe there's additional partnering opportunities in Pillar 2 moving forward, markets such as plastics, maybe ENT, EMS, et cetera, where people have a better foothold than we have in those particular markets. And again, without having us to utilize our cash to penetrate those healthcare segments. For Pillar 3, hospitals and ASCs, we're really working through our stage commercial launch with a total of 25 sales representatives. This includes a restructured co-promotion with La Jolla Pharmaceuticals, previously the Tetraphase division, in October of 2020, where these 25 account managers, 15 of them are our employees and approximately 10 are theirs. And so we're looking forward to continue to develop in the hospital and ASC market through deeper penetration as opposed to breadth of penetration for Dasuvia's experience moving forward. It's a very large market. with hospitals in this particular segment. There's roughly 1,200 hospitals that we feel really are the key targets for DeSuvia moving forward based on their outpatient surgery volume, the ER department volume, and access to them. Access has certainly had some challenges during COVID. It's been improving depending on the geography, and little by little elective surgeries are coming back. So we're starting to see some momentum back in the market, and that's important for the ASC division of Pillar 3 in this market as well, where we're really concentrating on the top 600 highest volume ASCs in the country that are really the size of small hospitals based off of their patient volume. And again, during the third quarter, we focused our internal efforts on the accounts that had already approved DeSuvia for use as opposed to breadth in new introductions. So for us moving forward, business development remains a key priority. We're going to continue to look to partner DeSuvia in large non-core specialty areas outside the hospital and ambulatory surgical centers. We've already confirmed one with the oral and dental surgery markets. We believe there's other opportunities in the plastic surgery market, the EMS market, the ENT markets, et cetera, to leverage commercial scale of a larger specialty partner. We are continuing to aggressively identify, evaluate, and potentially execute on transactions to bring in additional products to leverage our smaller commercial infrastructure to make it more efficient moving forward. One product companies in the hospital space are inherently inefficient, and we believe combinations of these companies and multiple products are in everyone's best interest moving forward, and continue to aggressively pursue those opportunities. And we remain in discussions to out-license DeSuvia and DeSuvio and other geographies with potential partners. And we remain in active discussions with Europe pending how COVID moves forward. From a financial perspective, we had a solid quarter in 3Q. Our revenues were $1.4 million.
That's half hour. There's like, if this is only half hour, if he gets an hour, fine. But if it's a half hour, he's screwed. There's no time for questions. He's over time.
Product sales in that quarter. We continue to be very fixated on tight infrastructure and spend. We spent $8.6 million in Q3 operating expenses, of which 1.3 were non-cash stock-based comp and depreciation. So really 7.3 in cash. So we continue to run a very tight and efficient structure, and important for our investors' cash moving forward. And we ended the quarter with roughly $43 million in cash on hand. So in summary for AccelerX, there's multiple highlights happening. We have our commercial launch with our full 25 sales reps, including the restructured La Jolla Pharmaceuticals co-promote. Strong year regarding decisions with the Department of Defense. We got our milestone C approval in April of this year for all SKOs for the Army for deploying troops.
That's exactly a can of coffee.
We expect those initial stocking orders over the next 3 years to start in this quarter. We were added to the joint deployment formularies. Now we have access to all the different divisions for deployments, and we were awarded the 4-year contract for additional study and investment in the product. We consummated our strategic partnership with Zimmer Biomet in July for the ability to address roughly 7 to 7.5 million annual procedures in this oral dental surgery market. I believe there's further opportunities for that moving forward. We had an August publication of our new data, which we covered, showing significant reductions in opioid use, as well as faster discharge times when dosing DeSuvia preoperatively. And we expect some further publications before the end of this year with additional real-world data showing very similar results. We remain active in business development, and we have 81 issued patents and finished the quarter with $43 million in cash on hand. So I hope that gives you a good summary of our company, where we are with our revenue strategies moving forward. We will continue to aggressively pursue partnerships with products and other options moving forward as well. So Evan, I hope that helped.
Always helps listening to you, Vince. Thank you for that presentation. I know we just have a couple of minutes left. I just want to pepper you with a few questions to keep it lively and make sure everyone's still awake on the other end, as these days in front of Zoom can be a long day. So, I know you talk about the importance of Zimmer Biomet as a way to expand DeSuvia. I think in our prior conversations, we've discussed what are some of the other areas where you may want to expand the use of DeSuvia via partnership. I think think you talked about
so
surgery centers, but why don't you expand on that? Because I think it's important for the story.
yeah, there's other disciplines that are actually coming to us with a strong interest in surgery. One example I can give you is the plastic surgery market, where these surgeries are continuing to move out of hospitals, ASCs, and into surgical suites that will qualify under our REMS. For doctors that are dealing with the makeovers and other aspects of plastic surgery. So what we did during COVID, it really forced us to reevaluate our business. We got creative and partnered with a CSO to really work with just a couple of virtual sales representatives to specifically address this market. And that really just kicked off over the last couple of months. We're seeing strong results based off of virtual sales calls with this plastics market. And why is that? Because the decision makers here aren't formulary driven with a large committee. It's typically the plastic surgeon that owns that particular surgical suite themselves. So they can make decisions on the spot. They can order through their specialty distributors. And as we see that demand start to grow, not unlike what happened with oral and dental surgery, it'll become more attractive to particular players that really reside in that market outside of us. And that's what happened with Zimmer Biomet. The evolution of Zimmer Biomet was we started to get a lot of inquiries from oral and dental surgery.
I don't know who's tilting me more right now. I don't know if Seigerman's tilting me more or Vince is tilting me more. The two of them.
In a growing desire for the product within that particular discipline of healthcare. We could never cover it. It is massive across the US. It's non-centralized. And you need a sales team that already has the relationships with those thousands and thousands of offices. Hence Zimmer Biomet. We think there's opportunity like that in plastics and others as well. I hope that helped answer your question.
No, very helpful. And with that, I believe we are out of time. I really appreciate you two joining us today. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Rafi, for also joining us. And we'll speak soon. Bye now.
Thanks, Evan. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
Of course. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Oh. Republicans flipped another seat for the House. The House is getting really close here. I think that, well, that's a Republican. Democrat. Republican. 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 Democrat. Dems just need 2, right? 1, 2. No, I mean, as a CEO, you cannot be afraid of the analysts that are on your file. You need to be there and you need to be ready to slap their crap out of the air. You can't be scared to give the analysts time. You have to let the analysts come in and fire shots at you. I wanted to hear what Evan's issues are with it. Why do you think that this is a sell? Well, what I don't like about this is you guys spend 8 to 10 million on R&D and expenses currently. That's my issue with this. You guys are bringing in 1.3 million in sales. And you're not projected to be profitable till Q4 2022. So that's my issue. Oh, those are interesting issues because we have a new line that's coming in Q1 that's going to allow us to reduce production by 60%. So production costs are actually going to be diminished into a very small category, while these new sales agreements are going to be increasing our revenue, which, while we may not be completely profitable until Q4 2022, the growth and gains in our positive EBITDA is going to show that this has a huge value potential for investors getting in right now. Vince is aware. Oh, Vince is completely aware that Credit Suisse is the #1 bear on his stock. He's aware of it. He knows it. He has 4 analysts from major firms that are on it right now. Here they are. Those are the guys. He knows each of these guys. He's on phone calls with them regularly. He screws the pooch when he doesn't listen to them. I'm not saying he has to do what they say, but he has to let them speak and then swat them out of the air when they get it wrong and point right at them when they say something right. So Michael Higgins, Ed, and Brandon, he needs to go, you guys have got this. You nailed it. You see the potential. Get in now because this thing is going to go. It's going to go. And once it goes, it's not coming back. And then when Evan goes, yeah, but you guys aren't really profitable right now, and Credit Suisse would like to get in at 84 cents, you go, bam! Production costs decreased by 60%. Bam! DoD joint formulary. Bam! Massive expansions in sales growing right now. This thing is going to go. It is going to go to $10 before it's going to go to 84 cents, Evan Seiger. You tell me, Evan, if I'm calling a hospital and I'm telling them you save $7 to $8 million, $7 to $8 million bucks a bed per year just by switching to Desuvia, are you not doing that? Well, why aren't people doing that? Because we're just starting the massive sales rollout now. Now's the time. Yeah, the site's tip ranks. So you can see my portfolio on tip ranks there. You can play around with the tool. I'm a big fan of this tool. Gives you breakdown of analysts, investors, insiders, hedge funds. I use the ultimate package on it. I'm a big fan of the tool. Highly recommend the tool. Yeah, once you've got the U.S. military, and that's just it. The U.S. Army sent them, this is what we want this to be. We want this drug to work like this. And they built it custom spec to what the Army wanted. Like, there's no question in my mind that this is when this goes. All right, let's check. Let's head over here. We'll go to TD. We'll go here. Head back in here. Hola, ¿cómo está?
Please. Hey, we're doing Airbnb IPO, DD.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Evan Seigerman was actually the guy on the call with ACRX just now. So like their number one bear was on the call with them today. And they didn't go at it. Vince read from a script for a half hour. And then Evan, if I was Vince, I would have just led with, we make money, we save money, we're going to be super profitable real soon. Evan, what are your issues with ACRX? Maybe we can just go right to question period and I'll knock all of your bullshit out of the air. And let's do that for a half hour and see if we can actually figure out why Credit Suisse has a sell on this. Oh, the only thing you don't like is that you want a better entry? Okay, cool. Perfect. Thanks for having me, Evan. Like, it was so bad. Between the two of them, just so bad. IPO, Airbnb, lots of money, right?
Yeah, I'm just seeing the comparables to like the largest hotel chain, right?
Yeah.
And seeing like, because they never had this homes and villas. And when I did look last about 6 months ago, there was nothing on here. And there still is nothing there still is nothing for Dallas. There's literally nothing, right? But like at these tourist locations, there's actually quite a bunch now. And I just went and priced it for a weekend, and I don't think it's the same price. It's definitely, you can tell it's a little bit more a lot more expensive, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of my concerns with Airbnb is if we go into secondary lockdown again while they're IPOing, I mean, Airbnb essentially shut down, right? In the first lockdown?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not great press.
Well, what happened was, I can tell you from living on them that the price The price was so affordable. Like it was so easy. It was so easy before COVID. I could just email anybody and be like, look, I would literally like carpet bomb. I would just 20, right?
Yeah.
And 2 or 3 would tell me, yeah, I'll take your deal. I need some money, you know?
Yeah.
And it was so easy. It was like over and over and over again. And then now that lockdown happened, I think it's exactly what happens during inflation, right? Is a lot of the businesses go broke, which is the hosts, right? And
Yep.
then the prices go up because there's less choices, right? Like right now, I can't find anything on Airbnb for 3-bedroom, right?
Yeah.
And nobody wants to wheel and deal. Maybe the hotel chains want to wheel and deal. I don't know, but it's kind of interesting, right?
That's the one that's always baffled me is as the hotel sector has been reeling, right? Why don't you just, as Marriott, create an Airbnb where you literally, here are the rooms that are available for the night, bid on them. Like,
well, they have them. This is Homes and Villas. Go to home. Like, I don't know if you want to look at my stream.
well, that's showing you the pricing, but it's not like a bid structure, like an auction structure, right?
Yeah, Airbnb doesn't do auctions.
No, that's what I'm getting at. How do hotels beat out Airbnb? You take all the rooms that you don't have pre-booked for the night and you throw them up on the Marriott app or the Hilton app in an auction format. Closing time on auction is
you
noon.
tank Airbnb. You tank Airbnb because those individual hosts aren't going to take hits.
No, that's exactly it. That is how a hotel kills Airbnb. And I mean, I've been saying this for 3 years now with the hotels where I'm scratching my head going, this is not difficult, guys. Every one of the hotels that are being run, if you're not at max occupancy, all of the rooms that you do not have booked for the night, you throw those up in an auction 9 a.m. At noon, you close the auctions. And you make this the new standard for the hotel industry. That way, you have 100% occupancy every night. You're selling those rooms. Now, are you selling them for what they used to be worth? Absolutely not. But an empty room doesn't pay you anything. So 100% occupancy every single night. And you don't have to deal with the bullshit of, well, I might get a good Airbnb host. I might not get a good Airbnb host. Hell, a lot of people are just going to look at the hotels to see if they can get a really nice room on the cheap, right? Oh, the executive suite at this hotel is going for like $100 tonight, whereas an Airbnb, a 3-bedroom Airbnb for the night is like $90. Well, I'd rather go to the executive suite in the hotel for $100, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would just be anyway. That has nothing to do with the Airbnb IPO. That's just my rant on how to fix hotels. The IPO has me concerned heading into a second wave. I don't know that I would be IPOing into a second lockdown.
Yeah, this seems incredibly stupid.
Yeah, in my humble opinion, for whatever it's worth, I would be waiting until Q3, Q4 next year to IPO if you were going to IPO Airbnb.
Look at this thing. I kind of want to keep investigating this, but like you could do they let you do 30 nights? That's your max. Search start date. Okay, 12.
To do that, you need to have a starting price on the auction on your break-even point on the room. The break-even point on the room is $1 in a hotel, right? It's $1 because they're paying the staff to go into all of these rooms anyway. Now, obviously, you're not going to list executive suites and penthouses at $1, but you put them at a significantly lower price point to start. So let's say a suite is $500 to $900 a night. Okay, well, you start bidding at $250, and you just let her ride. It's an auction format, right? It's like eBay. So it's not somebody says 300 and it's sold. It's at noon on that day when it closes.
I don't get how this thing works. It's not. If you click flexible nights, it should. I don't want those dates. I want Flexible.
People that booked at full price are going to be pissed about it. Yeah, but that's just it. Now you transition people into an auction format, right? Instead of a standard rate for hotels, you shift your entire medium over to an auction platform, which in my opinion is better in the long run because you let the customer decide the value of the property. I think you're actually going to end up seeing people paying more for some of the middle of the line rooms. And yeah, there are a few people that are going to get lucky with the suites, but ultimately you're going to see the prices of those middle layer rooms go up nightly as a result of the shift.
Hotels do liquidate through booking sites. Small PP. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Hello. They liquidate through Hotel Tonight, through basically booking BKNG. They try to liquidate through that stuff. I'm just trying to get a flexible dates and I can't do it like I used to.
Martini,
30 nights.
I just wanted to ask you real quick. Can you exit WPRT?
Yep.
They just announced a 50 million share offering, equity offering.
Why would you buy a home before you can Airbnb? Because Airbnb isn't all cracked up to be.
No, it's not.
I have like literally several rules to help me.
Oh my god.
Not be upset about it.
You know what's upsetting, Rita?
And even then, what?
CVS. Oh my god. Why? I called this too.
Why didn't you get it? I thought you were in it.
Stupid.
Because you're stupid. Like it.
I called this even if
can't do anything about that.
Even after the grace period. Let's say at the worst time, right? Because if I called this on the day, it would have been around 56. But not giving myself any quarters. Let's say I called it the late day, the day after, whatever, right? I would have had this at 58. It's at 70 now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, since we're just hanging out with Rita anyway, I'm going to send you guys over to Martini, and we can all hang out over there with her.
Can I just get this done? 2.13, is that fine?
Yeah. Slap the bid. Whatever they'll give you.
Fuck, I don't know what I did. Oh no, where's that order go?
Heading over to hang with Rita, guys. We're all going over there right now. We're going to go hang out with Rita. She's breaking down the Airbnb IPO and what that looks like. And I'm done staring at the screen. You guys rock, all the new people that showed up. Let's go over and bug Martini now. Make sure if you're a sub, you drop a beaver in her chat.
It's dumping all of it. 400, 200. It's finding 2,000 shares. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody.
Walgreens